Morning, chat. How's everyone doing? I'm doing good too. Hi, Raccoon. Hi, Johnny, Basshead, Silo, Necron, Cyrox, Outerblade, Cat Weasel. Yeah, we got a raid from Cat Weasel. Hello. Let's give him a shout out. Cat Weasel. How was your stream? Thank you. Going on the Spiritborn. You have a very busy day. Play D4 till lunch, eat lunch, decide on nap or more D4. How long is it gonna last, Bastard? Hi, Setupite. Actually, I think I wanna grind a little bit before I jump into making stuff. So maybe I'm gonna log on a Sorc for a little bit or something. Sorc is fun. If you 11 paragons, what are we gonna do with that? It's just like plus int. Okay. How much mana did I add? 10, 4, 7, 4, 200. Actually, slightly noticeable. Ugh. Dude, I can't see the whisper. Okay. Not sure what I was farming on this guy. 75. Let's see. TLI waiting room. It's more like community event waiting room. Holy. But we're gonna do some TLI as well on Saturday, Sunday at least. Maybe a bit more. I guess this is actually something you like actively plan around asset, or how does that work? Need a Rudy Merlin emote. Yeah, I wanted to make some at some point. I haven't done new emotes in a while actually. I'm excited for PTR. I mean, we're still kind of in season blasting mode, but yeah, I mean, in PTR we're gonna have a lot of work to do, that's for sure. Hello. What's that? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Excited for removal of Monka TOS. Well, a little part of it, I suppose. A little less Monka TOS. $5k bonus, sounds good. Okay. I hope everything's gonna work out for you, Bassett. I shop off. Oh, Necron.
That's the spirit. All finished, are you? Better than starting from nothing.
As you're standing next to multiple bowling players, you notice that bowlings are darker. That's because the visual changes with more ranks. There's an animation change basically for skills when they have very high ranks. So, for example, I think like fire skills, they get like a blue hue, maybe like a bit more intense and so on. And I think the ball lightning, it becomes like more purple, stuff like that. I'm not sure exactly what is like the rank threshold, if there's like multiple steps of that or something. Your rank is cheap, yes. You're too weak. And people are stacking a lot of skill ranks these days, especially on like the Sorc, because of the advanced techniques. You get even more damage than normal for each rank. It's like an insane multiplier. So people go like 30 ranks, and you also, like for example for this build, you need to have 34 ranks on your ball lightning. You get Banishwell's Talisman on every cast for the overpower. Friday is Torchlight. Well, here it's more like Saturday night, like morning basically. It's like in the middle of the night for me. So I will play Torchlight Saturday evening and Sunday evening at least for #sponsored. And maybe I'll do a bit more actually. Yeah, I need 34 ranks to have 275 mana cost with Crown of Elysium and advanced techniques. Hi, Yogurt. Hi, Nikki. Yeah, so I think Torchlight is like 7 PM PST or something, or PDT. And yeah, for me it is like, I don't know, 3 in the morning or some shit when Torchlight starts every time, so it's like always the shittiest time. So I'm gonna, like Friday, we're gonna blast the community event. And Saturday I'm gonna do a bunch more, and then we're gonna play some Torchlight. Then Sunday we can play D4, then Torchlight again, and then, yeah, maybe I'll do like another day or two if I like Torchlight. I haven't really done like a big endgame session in Torchlight in a few seasons. So it would maybe be time to play a character a little bit longer, and right now it's actually relatively good timing on the Torchlight launch. It's like before PoE. It's always brutal start time. Yeah. Yeah, Torchlight start time kinda sucks for sure for EU players. But it is what it is. I mean, if you wake up early in the morning, it's fine, right? You can like up like a few hours after the start and just blast all day. So I guess that works. I'm not sure if I actually cleared everything properly. Okay. I keep spamming Borderlands, keep moving at the same time. I have it on right click and with the Harpoon's Catalyst you can just keep moving. That's it. It allows you to move and cast Ball Lightning. And I use mouse wheel to force move. Hi, Johnny. Yes, I'm gonna press channeling. Actually, I'm gonna lose damage, right? Because I think it goes back to the base cost of the Ball Lightning and not the real cost. So I don't get my overpowers. I need a move-click channeling. Kinda funny. But this was 3 pits now, right? Seems like it's 5 pits for 60 maybe? What's the best game in Diablo or Diablo-like games? Diablo Immortal, I think. If you'd like to spend a lot of money, it's Diablo Immortal at least. My Sorc gear. See. It's alright. But I'm actually I'm still not running Lokron, right? I should be running Lokron. So I need to equip a Harlequin, get 2 more ranks somewhere, and then remove the flicker step and go Lokron. I'll be damn. Big damn. Actually, I have a cooldown Shaco now ready in my stash. I could actually just wear it. Mark death. Actually, we should have a rip tip now, because I did die yesterday on my Barb. Well, that sounds wrong. I killed my Barb. That sounds better. Hello, Puppy B. Yeah, the Barb is dead. I cleared 105, and then we went 105 again, but even squishier. And I was just facing everything, and the Elias got me in the end. Elias is too strong. Can't face tank Elias when you have 10% HP. What is the best ARPG if you're broke? Well, probably PoE 2. At some point, our game will be free. Attacks reduce evade cooldown, boots on ball letting Sorc inevitable. Yes, they are inevitable. Any Sorc build has attacks reduce evade cooldown boots. There's no way around that. Maybe for pushing you might not do a teleport enchant. I'm enjoying the new D4. Well, yes. It's about to get newer and more enjoyable too. Adam has already been hinting at some things that are coming in next season. I did not play Megapunk, but it looks like a very fun game. I might play it at some point. But we're kind of busy with the D4 season right now. Although, maybe in a week from now or so I'm basically done with everything. Okay, so this was 5 runs now, he's still not 70. Holy. I'd have to go a bit higher, I suppose. Renown changes for safe D4. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're changing about Renown, but that is kind of whatever, I guess.
What's still got some good in it?
I think Chaos Perker and Neeks would go core. No and no. Certainly not the perks. For the Chaos Armors, there's a slight chance that I'm gonna do something with that idea, which I think is not a bad idea, but not the Chaos Armors the way to work right now. I think that should not be a core feature at all. But I would like the idea of, like, you know, some kind of like late game crafting feature that you can only get in T4, and you can make like a Chaos Amulet or something like that. That would be fun. Like one specific slot that is like highly competitive. I think Emerald is a very good fit for that. And that could be cool. It's something that you start working on once you're like, you know, 30 hours in or something like that. And then you have like some super chase item. You know, emeralds are generally just big chase items in this game. So you could choose to get like a Giga Legendary Amulet or a Giga Chaos Amulet or something like that. That could be fun. Would also have just like a better kind of like lore fit, I feel. Not sure how to describe that. But the Chaos items right now, they're just kind of like completely random, I feel, with like, okay, now we have Chaos items, enjoy. At least with Amulet I can kind of like explain that a little bit, I think. Back to back. Thank you, Sorc. I'm finally to see this guy exactly. Paragon 200. Blizzard offers me a job, but upon condition that I can't stream anymore, would I take it? That has to be a very good job. Other than main difference between D4 and D3. Well, at this point, D4 is D3.5 with a lot more content. And a lot of updates. Very frequently. You need to pay a lot up front to dodge the next round of layoffs. I mean, of course, we need some sort of like guarantees or something. But yeah, anyway. I have no intentions of stopping to stream anytime soon. I'm very happy with how it's going. I'm having a lot of fun. And I'm also not really sure if I want to work like, you know, a typical office job or something. Which is basically what that would be. I mean, okay, not very typical, I suppose, but, you know, I like having the freedom and flexibility that I have as being a self-employed. I think that suits me a lot better than working for a company. What about cleaning public toilets? 100k euro per. 100k euro per toilet? That sounds like a very good deal, actually. No more 7-day work weeks. That is true. I mean, I would have a lot more free time, which is almost nothing right now. But okay, we're grinding. Company gives you 401k health insurance and retirement. True. But I'm not sure if that is a good enough argument, actually. Send me a Z-bar we've been cooking. Holy. Do the auto shots actually apply to your party members as well? Like with the bigger effect and stuff? So you have more damage from Warcry and more DR from challenging and so on? Not that anyone needs DR in parties, I guess. What do I think about Adam's soon TM for leaderboards? I think log in for season 11. What's the max pit push for cracking energy Sorc? I don't know. I guess it depends on where it ranks on our hits push tier list. I'm not sure where it is placed right now. But it's probably like somewhere in the 110 to 120 range. What is the highest Sorc? Like 123 or 125 or something? And I think it's not Crackle, but I think Crackle is relatively comparable to the other top builds. I guess the main issue is that Crackle is mostly a single target build. It's basically like Soul Rift from Necro. So it will have like really good boss kill, but kind of like shitty clear. Yeah, I expect the PTR will have most of the changes that we'll see in Season 11, but maybe not everything. They said they're gonna start detailing the changes that are coming in the coming weeks, which sounds like they're gonna have multiple occasions of revealing stuff. But I suppose only one PTR anyway. But either way, Season 11 is gonna have a lot of things, it seems. Small little mini expansion. Walker is 64% permanent. 64, that's a lot. Yeah, I guess I can get Walker ranks on like chest or something, right? What level does Bowlight need to be overpower? 34. For every cast overpower. Before that it's gonna be every other cast. Get a build I can at least do 85 in 1.5 minutes. There's not really a point in trying to get a build that can do 85 in 1.5 minutes. I'm farming 75 in 1.5 and that's fine. Can farm 70 in 1.5, that's fine too, it doesn't really matter. Like one thing that does not matter in this game is what pit tier you can clear. As long as it's like, I don't know, above 60 or something, you're chilling. You just have to do it fast. Yo, 8 too fast, thanks for Prime. Uh-oh. Problem. The hours really stack up. Okay, let's see it. I mean, on very efficient build, it's like 80 hours from 0 to 300. We have this. Okay, 200. Average run time. Okay, pit 65, 3,000 runs. Pit 75, 2,600. It's like 10%. Pit 85, 2,000. Yeah, it's like not even 20% difference for 20 tiers. But you have to do 40 times the damage. Yeah, it's like a quarter less runs. Estimated time 73 hours. Estimated time 60 hours. It's not such a big difference. 30 tiers. First Burma build I'm going to test today. I might do the non-meta stuff first. So probably Stinger, Crush, Payback. Actually Payback might be pretty meta actually now. So we'll see. But not sure if it can beat Rake. Rake seems still extremely strong. But yeah, let's do a little bit of Payback as well today. And yeah, then we're going to do some raking. Maybe going to do a bit of pushing and with it. I don't really like this evade core playstyle though, I'm gonna say. I wanna see Payback before you build it. I'm gonna do Payback today. I just wanna grind a little bit for now. Maybe get one level up. It's like 50 pits, it's like 2 hours or so from here. Or something like that. Maybe a bit more. Could log on the Ravens actually to farm a bit faster. And you can see how it feels with Viral Rage Aspect, because last time I was not running that. Really pushing for 300. I mean, I'm almost there, so... It's like, I don't know, 25 hours now? I could actually finish it before Friday, before the event starts. I'm basically gonna be something like 295. Depends on how much like I'm pushing and testing versus just Paragon grinding. But realistically, I don't expect myself to push too much, so I'm just gonna make a bunch of the Spiritborn builds and then chill. At least I have something to grind out here. I think they said that Viral Rage Aspect is enabled now, no? There was apparently like a fix that they brought a few hours later, but I haven't tried it yet. Is it still disabled? Why am I playing Sorc? It's one of the classes in this game, so I like to play it sometimes. And it's a very good class too. Oh, Shadow Sapiens Header. Yeah, I like perma TP yesterday with a pair of boots. You mean like the one cast TP? It still says blocklist, so they haven't fixed the Wild Rage, okay. So yeah, there wasn't a patch now, so they would fix it. And then apparently it was not fixed, and then I think Fifth Rage posted that they're gonna fix it like a few hours after, and apparently it's not fixed yet, okay. Unlucky. Yeah, imprint Stampede for now. On Ravens. The difference between 65 and 85 is 13 hours of blasting. Yeah, but if you look at percentages, it's like, I don't know, 15% longer or something? Or maybe 20 maximum? And that is the difference between playing like the shittiest build out there that you might enjoy a lot, versus, you know, one of the top builds that maybe you don't like. So in my book, it's definitely worth to play whatever build you want to do, versus, oh, I need to play the good build just to farm my paragons a bit faster. It's not such a big difference.
My hammer sings on your return.
Not that paragons really matter in the first place after like 250 or so. The Raven Druid is top 5 on speedrun ladder. Yeah, Raven Druid is pretty insane. I mean, the fastest 100 farmer is Death Trap right now when you have the Exodia Death Trap. But I mean, good luck getting that gear. Ravens, you just load it up and start blasting. You can even do it with like a normal kilt and normal fist if you want or whatever. Just make sure you have 200% movement speed, Jar Rune, and you fly. I mean, even Barb can do like 90-second runs. Like, I was doing 90-second 80s or something with my Vermint Shout Barb. Like, that is fine. But Barb doesn't have that many fast builds. This is like really like one of the only ones that has really fast lunge, and that build maybe. I'm not sure if there's any others that are like really kinda close. Was that a P300? I'm not sure what you mean. Like my Ravens, I was farming like 190 seconds, yes. But not with the other builds so far. Ravens is just really overtuned. Why am I playing anything other than the sweatiest meta build? Sigh. I know, right? Holy dude. New meta, log in. Yeah, I don't know, man. Somewhere last season I decided only fun allowed. And that's what I'm doing right now, so it has been working really well last season and this season again. And living by that philosophy is pretty good. You felt really weak playing other classes coming from Raven. Well, I think you need some detox. That's what I need. Because in this season, nothing feels weak. And you have just a thing for that, you know? Have you heard of exclamation mark event? That is a good way to detox from all the season 10 OP-ness. It's gonna be great. I bet I could make a build that feels weak. I don't believe you. Don't be like Rax, bitter and depressed. Currently no plans for being bitter and depressed. But why are you saying that? Hold my beer while I make a lightning storm druid. Dude, I think there's a good chance that even fucking lightning storm pushes like 110 plus or some shit. Dude, Boiler cleared 121 on Stormclaw. What the hell is going on? Druids, man. Like anything on Druid, don't even try to make a weird build, man. More basics. Dude, I think you can literally make any skill on Druid clear 100, at least, this season. Even fucking Maul. Yeah, Stormclaw, 121. The Void has done 121 with Stormclaw. I said earlier that it started with only funded out last 2 seasons. Yes. It's been great. I mean, occasionally I still do like some build testing and so on, like of stuff that I know I might not really enjoy as much. Like for example, this Hoda Barb last night. It was actually relatively fun to push it, but I also didn't want to do it for too long, and I didn't feel like I would have fun farming with it, for example. So the push was kind of fun because it was just like living on the edge until I eventually died. You know, that was my goal, and I did it, and that was it. And it kind of perfectly worked out. I did 105, whereas State has done 110 on softcore, and you know, I'm kind of happy with that. So, and I guess I could have pushed like another few tiers higher or so if I had really tried, but I didn't really want to. But I just kind of wanted to play a little bit of Hoda and kind of see how that feels right now. So occasionally I do these things, but not for too long. Same with like the Spiritborn builds that I'm gonna test later today. Like I don't expect any of them to be like, you know, some of the more enjoyable builds. I really like the Razor Wings. And maybe I'll save my Razor Wings stuff and then just go back to it and play some more Spiritborn with Razor Wings at some point, because it's just cool. Who knows, maybe I like the Rake or the Crushing Hand as well, but I'm not sure. Make Kratos great again. Barb ripped. Yeah, my Barb was really juiced up. I had like the insane gear, man, for everything. Like my Barb gear was actually ridiculous. Besides the amulet, I guess the amulet could have been a lot better. But it's fine. But yeah, like I was done with Barb, so I wanted to get rid of the Barb, and it's just before I get tempted to log in on the Barb again, I was gonna kill it. I decided to just like, you know, if my characters don't die on the way, then I'll just kill them at some point maybe. Because I delete so many characters every season, and I have everything on Eternal that I could ever think of anyway. There's no point to like save any items on the seasons anymore. So I'll just kill my characters. Do random shit like, you know, push with 10% HP until I die. And face tank everything. Or I don't know. Stand in Belial Breath and see what happens. Last season I tried that and my pulverized Druid just lived. And I could not find anything else that would do more damage than Belial Breath. So my pulverized Druid actually just survived. I couldn't kill it. Unlucky. Druid is 2 giga chat, man. I'm pretty sure my Barb would have lived through the Banana Breath as well, with the Bulwark up at least. I have to nerf boss Mythic drops, not that I know of, but they buffed Mythic drops everywhere else a lot. Like, random Mythics are actually real now. I have gotten 4 and 2 for Mythic Rifts, but I guess they don't exactly count as random Mythics. But I have 4 random Mythics this season. And I had 1 random Mythic in total from like the last 6 seasons. So they really upped it. What about the Chaco actually? And the Locran? You made cooldown 1.7 seconds, easy clap. Goodbye to the flicker step. Answer occurrence. What if I remove just this? Well, I can just remove the Zac rune, right? We don't really care about Zac anymore. With 12.6 seconds. Guess we go Vex. Mythic Melted Heart, is it in some build? No. Make Barb Iron Maelstrom build. At some point we'll do that. But we're not there yet. Do we have a Locran Glove? We do have a Locran Glove. They shouldn't buff the Mythic drops, but make useless Mythics not useless. I think it's okay that occasionally you get a Mythic. But yeah, they need to do something about the shitty ones at some point. Now at 35 life, man, we doubled our life. So I guess I have to go Vex rune now anyway. Dude, I have 8 Vex runes. What's going on? So that should cover it, basically. I mean, could also just get 2 more skill ranks from like the Masterwork here, and here, and here. That's a lot of damage. That was my good chance. 48. Let me get another 48, so I have 96. Can I do anything about getting a bit more? Also, I see I'm running accelerating here. can re-imprint our stuff. Maybe do this one. We have a lot of attack speed, right? We have 47, 54. Let's do accelerating. Ah, wait a minute. We have Pock and Gar. We don't need that, actually. What do we do now? Full. Sec, what? I wonder how Jarun or Sorc would feel. Also, why the hell do I have a Pock? Like, that is not happening. Let's do something like Neo. But what? Neo Cry. Neo Full. I guess I could do full, but realistically I kind of just want tap everything. Can you just do Ohm? Get a 15% buff basically all the time. Maybe it's not the worst idea. Let's do 80 and see how it goes. We have +1 rank. We have plus double damage. We lost Perdition though, which is 60%. So 80 might be a bit optimistic. Slightly higher imprints. Nago Ohm. Ah, true actually. It is overflow. Oh, we don't overflow anyway. I mean, Neo or Nago is the same, basically. Overflow is increased duration, okay. Okay, we have 281 costs, seems good. Yeah, we now have a lot more teleports here, with like the real teleport casts. So you can do more of the double or triple teleports. You can do like evade, teleport, evade. And that is really nice. Instead of doing a walleting cast in between. Ding, 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 ding. Best reorg would be stash size. Yeah, I noticed that when I start tempering my shit and radically sort out my items, it's actually not that bad with stash size. Most of the time. It's just like early in the season where I don't really know what I need and I just kind of collect a bunch of random shit. And then I don't know if these items will break when I collect them. And then I have like, 20 pole arms here, and 20 gloves there, and 20 pants there. And then, eventually I start making my gear and then I just delete everything else that is, not required anymore. It's actually kind of okay. Once you have the finished builds. But before that it's a problem, yeah. Because you never know how many of the items you need. Since you don't really have crafting from scratch. We only have crafting from dropped items, basically, with the tempers and so on. And especially preparing builds that I'm not currently playing yet. Means I need to have a lot of items ready. Or I remember what I need and temper everything already as I find it. But I don't always know exactly what I need, right? That's the problem. And then I also need to remember what I don't need to keep anymore once I'm done with that. It's like another thing. How high can you go with Sorc on Pit? I think I've done like 123 or something. I have like 96% crit or something, so I'm not gonna do Gar. It's fine. If they would double the stash size, man, that would be cool. I think double the stash size would be mostly solving all of the issues, but I would still like to get, like, you know, something like tab affinities. You know, there's like a rune tab, there's like a consumable tab, like, you know, like why the hell do you like throw everything randomly into the stash? This could be a lot smoother. Wait. I forgot, we have overflowing energy, because for some reason they gave this thing an 85% damage buff. Like, why did that happen, and when did it happen? 85%, man, this is better than almost every key passive by itself. And previously it had 0% damage bonus, now it has 85. Why? Who had this idea? I totally forgot it has this cooldown effect. Look at this, my overflowing energy, like my unstable currents is just like instantly back. Ridiculous. These devs. Man, I remember when key passes were actually a trade-off. Like, hey, do you want all your cooldowns? Or do you want a damage buff? Why not both? They said. Nini is Greek. Doubling stash size would make towns beyond laggy. Uh-oh. And then we double it, Blizzard meeting dialogue. Dude, every Blizzard team needs a Jay Wilson. Who is there when we need him. To double it. What would Jay Wilson do? I see no problem with the power you've got is in a game to have fun. Yeah, I mean, some people have fun just mowing everything down with zero effort and zero progression. But there's other people that actually enjoy the character journey and working towards a goal. But we have very little of working towards a goal because there's no need to work for anything when you just, you know, destroy the game with zero effort, right? And that makes the game less fun for some people. And also, like, the progression is the most fun part of the entire game, I think. You know, like the, you know, level 1 to T4 journey. That's the best part, you know, the season start. But they've just shortcut it so much that there's not much left anymore. It took me 6.5 hours this season. From the start until I was farming Torment 4. 6.5 hours. And then the best part is over. And I was on hardcore alone. You could make this like 5 hours if you wanted. And the question is what I'm gonna do with the remaining 200 hours or 300 hours that I'm playing a season. And I can already farm T4 easily and destroy the bosses in T4 after 6.5 hours. Why do we even have Mythics and Uniques and Chaos items and Chaos perks to level and Paragons and Glyphs? What am I gonna do with them? Yeah, of course, I'm faster and more knowledgeable than most people out there. But, everyone has the same sort of experience where, the seasons just accelerate. And there's less and less to do. They're like literally actively shortcutting the time that we invest in our characters and in our season. Like for everyone, not just for me. Everyone is getting way more powerful and everyone is getting faster. It doesn't have to be sweaty, but it's just not a very good ARPG journey when you are done this quickly. Especially before I actually, get remotely close to finishing my character, right? Like, I walked in with a fucking 750 random shit weapon into Torment 4 with like Paragon 100 with my glyphs at 40 or something. And I just blast through everything. So why am I even farming anything at that point, right? That's the problem. And the thing is that from there, my character still became like 30 times more powerful, Like I was one-shotting shit, and then I one-shotted it 30 times harder. Nice. And the chaos chase was very fun. But you have to ask yourself the same question, like, why are you even doing this? No one needs chaos items or anything. Besides like a few Spiritborn builds that are now new builds because of the chaos items. For a season. God, I need move speed. In PvE2, everything is harder, they don't get rewarded for it. I think the character journey in PvE2 is way better than in Diablo 4. First of all, it's longer, and you kind of like feel the progression as you go, higher and higher. You get stronger and stronger and faster, and you can add more and more quality of life. You get tankier. It starts very hard and slow, and it becomes faster and easier as you go, basically. And that is kind of nice. And also, it takes a while, and every character that I start is like a fresh journey, you know, and I can feel exactly that progression. So they've done a very good job in PoE 2, I think. With, like, you know, the pacing and how it actually feels to progress a character. It feels very rewarding, I think. And before, it barely feels rewarding. Because it's just over way too fast. There's no juicing. I can't like make my Torment 4 content any, you know, more rewarding and more difficult. Right, in PoE 2, then you get stronger, you juice up your maps more, you get more stuff. You get, you know, more loot, you can do more stuff. You get wealthy, you can make an alt build. Like here, what are you gonna do with all the stuff I farmed? Yeah, sure, I mastered my stuff more quickly on my alt. And then, you know, I make an alt, I boost it with Whisper Caches. I equip a few items, 2 free mythics. I'm in Torment 4 1 hour after character creation. I masterwork my shit. Character is done in 5 hours. Go again. I don't know. Wasn't the first idea for D4 to make story, combat, and gameplay? Yeah, exactly. Like when D4 launched, it really nailed combat, I think. And combat has just got like deteriorated from there. But I mean, Season 11 is coming, and Alan said combat changes are coming. So, I mean, they have to do one thing, at the very least in the expansion, which is slowing down the meta. We cannot continue to just like do 60 to 90 second pits non-stop forever. This is just like, it's not healthy. And half the builds in the game are just like completely outclassed as a result, and there's no way of fixing those. You can't make double swing good in this world. Or Arclash, or Twisting Blades, even. What about a skill like Steel Grasp, man? When was the last time anyone used Steel Grasp in this game? Or Kick? When do I think they will bring a new class? I think soon TM.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
You can make double swing work like Rake that clears the whole screen. Yeah, that's exactly my idea of playing a double swing Barb, man. I hit the entire screen. That's exactly what I want to do when I play double swing. Or Rake, for that matter. That's my melee fantasy. Getting up close and personal with the monsters. From a screen away. Once upon a time, Twisting Blades and Double Swing were the fastest builds in the game. And now... I think I generally have more fun playing melee in this game over ranged. I gotta say. Like when I think about like the most enjoyable builds I've ever played, most of them are melee builds. Like Flurry RF is almost entirely melee. Kratos Barb is almost entirely melee. Twisting Blades, melee. There's Shadow Penshot from Season 3, okay. There's Andario Barrage, okay. But Barrage is relatively melee as well, I guess. A bit of spray and pray. Yeah, Spiritborn is basically entirely melee besides Razor Wings. Oh. Okay, that's not called Rake melee. I mean, this is a melee build as well here. I want our people to be fastest build in the game. Holy. Oh, triple its animation speed and range and width. Maybe we're getting there. Maybe times 30 the damage. Keep clicking Channeling Shrines for no reason. I need to stop that. I need to not click any shrines actually. Like literally no shrine does anything for me, right? I have 100% crit. Channeling Shrine loses damage, Blast Wave does nothing. Protection does nothing. Anything else? Yikes. Season 11 gonna be the best season ever. It sounds like it. And right now it's this season. And I think this season can be topped. Quite easily still.
My hammer sings on your return.
Which class is the most suitable for a new player? Whatever you think you'll enjoy. Everything is kind of strong right now. And the classes do what you expect them to do, generally. When you look at them. So just pick one. What would I change or implement if I could design a season? Nah, I would be more of the expansion kind of guy, not the season kind of guy. I want to work on the big stuff. My build's up to date. Yeah. Yeah, Polter is good for new player. Mini Necro, Evade Spiritborn, Hydra Sorc. What am I running for the race? Well, we'll find out in 2 days. Although we can't really call it a race. It's a 9-day event. That it probably could be kind of completed in like a day, if you go all in. So you'll see what I roll. That's gonna be fun. Shadow glitch, thanks for the prime, man. Channeling Shrine DPS loss, yes. Because it sets your ball lightning cost to, well, to 0, but it counts as the standard cost, and not as the increased cost with Lucian and advanced techniques. So your Banish Lord's counter only goes up like, I don't know, 40 or something per cast. So basically only overpower like every 8 casts instead of every cast. So you lose, I don't know, half your damage or something when you click a channeling. Yeah, they made some mechanic for channeling shrine to count the mana cost or a skill cost of your skill as like the default basically, or something like that. When you have channeling, so builds don't necessarily brick entirely, like, you know, ancestral guidance. Okay, I mean, you don't really brick the build, but they made it so that you can now trigger ancestral guidance and, you know, other things that track how much mana you spend, including Banish Lords. But it only tracks like the base cost of the skill and not what it would normally cost without the Channeling Shrine, which is 281 for me. So every cast is an overpower with Banish Lords, but not with the Channeling Shrine. I think boarding feels too floaty to play. Yeah, I mean, you kind of just like walk through enemies, and you don't really like cast at them, you kind of just cast around you, I guess, yes. It's just the nature of the build. Plus the power teleports. 3 to Inner Flames. It's fun to grind some Paragons with this build right now. Then we're gonna do like one level up with this guy, one level up with that guy, one level up with this guy, and kind of like jump between them for a bit of variety in the pit grind. We have the flurry guy as well, we have Ravens. Ravens is the fastest. I have like similar clear speed, but like 15 tiers higher, I guess. And the thing is that with ball lighting, I don't necessarily always clear entire rooms. With Ravens, I clear everything. It's kind of the advantage, while I'm just like passing by. Here, sometimes there's like some monsters left, and I have to kind of like clean up and backtrack here and there. Also, that's my vulnerable procs. These lightning spears are lazy. Drive by Burge. And that's basically what you do. Like, you have to get into the, when you play Ravens, you have to get into the mindset of you never stop going forward. You just have to make sure that you kill everything on the way, but never stop moving. So that's how you do the fast clears. Can you sign up for the event? You don't have to sign up. You can just, you know, start playing once we announce the name suffix. Make a character with that name suffix, and then start blasting. And then we have the Discord channels to submit your stuff when you have, you know, clears and whatever to show. That's it. So as soon as someone submits some points, they will be added to the sheet. We only collect the streamers beforehand so that people can, you know, track the event and watch streams and whatever. so that you know, people find them. How's my teleport? Always off cooldown. Teleport enchant. 1.7 seconds cooldown. Thanks to Big Shaco. Evade cooldown tempers. Enchant the master board. You can also do it very easily without a Shaco these days with the Flicker Step Chaos item. If you get one Flicker Step Chaos item, you equip that. Plus boots with evade cooldown. Then you can get away with like a 4.5 seconds or so evade cooldown. And reset it anyway. For the one cast teleport. Really abandoned Aromatic Vault in Azeroth. I think it's mostly a problem of we get too much Opticine from hordes this season. And once we stop farming hordes all day, every day, Azeroth will be more useful again. I have killed him, yes. And you will kill him again in this hardcore event, actually, because he's one of the objectives. I did not find my spin to win Rogue, that's squishy, but Rogue this season definitely feels a bit more squishy than normal. Thanks to stuff like Beast Cornered and... yeah, Dance, for example, also doesn't generate second wind barriers that often. Especially when you're speed farming and one-shotting everything, you don't necessarily get the Quacks procs all the time. Quacks is the only way to get your second wind procs in Dance or Knives Rogue. But yeah, I was fine with it, let's say. But yeah, not as comfy as some of the other classes. I respect my Rogue to Flurry again now, anyway. I'm gonna do more Flurry when I play Rogue. Dance was okay. But I don't really want to do more of it right now. It felt a little bit too blind for me to mostly just spin. And like, if they make it a bit more convenient with like a bit better charge recovery or something, or just better mechanics where maybe we spend energy instead of these charges for our dance, that'll probably make more sense. I really wouldn't mind to see dance just become like a core skill, or at least get a core tag in some way, and make it spend energy. And then you can do like Star Disguise, Preparation, Second Wind, and so on, like naturally, without the Quacks shenanigans, and then this would all feel a lot better, I think. They should probably do that. Because I need to have official events like the one I'm running. Well, they are at least supporting it. They threw in some goodies for the raffle. They retweeted my post. So they're definitely helping a bit at least.
All finished, are you? I forged more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Every time you have to click on interactable and door you want to log out on dance. Yeah, use force interact. You can like drive by and just click it. What's my CDR on the ball letting Sorc? Yes. I think we're capped. It looks kinda capped. Or close to it at least. It's 12.8, 54. So it's like 60. Okay, we're not capped, but like 65 or something. Actually, do I need the second evade tempo at this point? We might not need the second evade tempo. How do we join for the event? On Friday we will announce what the name suffix is for the event. So everyone is supposed to have a certain part in their character name that indicates that they're part of the event. But besides that, you don't need to do anything to join. You just start blasting. And then you submit your clears, if you have any, like, you know, pits and bosses and whatever. We have a Discord channel. It's all linked in the event sheet as well, which is in the YouTube description and on the ! Event on Twitch. That's it. There should be some effect like ailment of PoE2 in D4. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to give a bit more depth to different elemental types. I think PoE2 does that really well. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if we had some sort of like kind of base effects that are part of dealing this type of damage that it can trigger and maybe even lean into and build up and so on. I mean, I don't think that we need like damaging ailments, like, you know, we have ignite and poison and stuff in PoE, but it would be cool to have stuff like, you know, chill, shock, and etc. for like the different elemental types and whatever. The thing is that most of the time all these effects end up relatively bland, and you can just as well build it into the class mechanics or the skills themselves, right? Like if you say, okay, like, you know, shock applies additional damage taken to enemies, you can just as well give your chain lightning mod that says, okay, enemies hit by chain lightning take more damage or whatever, right? So it's kind of the same deal. And this is generally what they're doing in D4, so it's like more obvious, I guess, how stuff works. And the thing is, like, stuff like ailments, like an ailment system, is very hard to produce and you know, make it balanced. Like in D2, for example, you had like, you know, 1 to 2 cold damage somewhere on like your, I don't know what, charm, and suddenly you started chilling stuff with your attacks. Like, you know, that was obviously OP. And, you know, the way that I imagined this to go in D4 would be similar to that. So... Hi, Alara. Hi, Queenie. Hi, Mario. How to get glyphs to drop. Whisper casters are a very good source. And now I get double. Should try that. But especially if you potentially move into a world where multi-skill builds are a reality again, in the expansion with skill tree rework or whatever, then, you know, having stuff like ailments or like similar type systems where like, okay, lightning skills can apply this kind of debuff and fire skills can apply this kind of debuff, and maybe you want to combine them, and, you know, it gives a lot more like texture to skills, a lot more like, you know, viable choices where, okay, maybe I don't want to deal a lot of damage with a fireball, but I can still throw a fireball in there to get this debuff, and then I cast my chain lightning to finish them or something like that, right? And that could be fun. So in general, I would like to see a lot more like utility built into different skills, but they could also just as well do this on a skill by skill basis. That's also okay, you know? Instead of having like ice armor, flame shield, teleport on every single Sorc skill bar, you know, it would be cool if we could replace ice armor with blizzard, and that blizzard gives us a good enough support buff, and then we replace the flame shield with a meteor, and that meteor has like a big cooldown instead of being like a flammable core skill. And with that big cooldown, you know, suddenly meteor becomes like a pull-in skill, right? I cast it every 10 seconds and it pulls in the entire screen and it lands like kaboom, and, you know, then I blast them down or something like that. This is what I want to see. Converting like a core skill into like a utility option. You know, you bonk them, like Hoda does that, for example, a bit, right? Like Hoda, you bonk them, then you get the 40% damage buff for 5 seconds. That stuff is kind of cool, I think. Like Fireball has a little bit of that with like the burning buff, for example, the mana regen buff. right? You cast a firewall like every once in a while, and you apply the extra burn. Now, if only burn builds existed in this game. And the good thing is that it also just makes combat a lot more engaging, right? Like for like typical, like, you know, T4 speed farm, blast down everything, like, you know, I don't want to like set up a pull like on every single trash pull or so and like cast 7 different skills. But, you know, when you find an elite pack and that elite pack is like, you know, one of the tougher ones, yeah, then I put down a firewall, I throw down the meteor, pull them together, and then I spam my, I don't know, firebolt or my incinerate and burn them down, and then I go next. Right? This will be very fun. This is basically what we had back in like season 0, right? Where we actually like had to use these kind of combos to like, you know, speed up your kill speed and so on. But these days you don't care, like everything's auto-triggered. You just one-shot everything. You don't really care about anything. I think in general elites need to become beefier compared to trash monsters. And you probably also need like the occasional kind of like extra beefy elites. You know, like essence style monsters, for example, or so. Or, you know, something like that, right? Where sometimes they just kind of like roll a certain set of modifiers and these elites are suddenly like tough. Instead of like the occasional, like, you know, just like sometimes, right? It doesn't have to be like every single elite is like an insane fight. But like, you know, 1 in 10 elites or 1 in 20 elites is actually like maybe just a bit harder, right? Do you have any game development contacts? Yeah, I mean, I'm always in touch with Blizzard. That's what I mean. Yo, Bather, hello. They're both pretty equal. So it's mostly a gameplay preference. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think, like, for example, elites, they should roll like a random number of affixes. And, you know, they could also make a similar system to like PoE, where like the more affixes they have, the tankier they become. So that's just occasionally you actually have like an elite that rolls like 6 affixes, and that guy is actually a bit of a challenge. And then you have other elites that have like 1 or 2 or 3, and they're not really so hard. Right? They could do stuff like that, for example. Imagine Soul Identity 4, holy. Yeah, exactly. The PoE system is very good when it comes to elites. More affixes means they're tankier, and they give you more stuff. Perfect. You know? High Noto, by the way. 30 stream streak. Holy dude. I'm playing Cyclone Monk. What? These in PvE are fine except Soul Eaters. And in PvE 1, Soul Eater is bullshit, but in PvE 2, I think they have a pretty reasonable Soul Eater mechanic. Potion upgrade? Not a chance. How do I manage for stash? I usually make a bunch of mules. Like I have 2 chaos mules, I have a weapon mule, a ring mule, amulet mule. So I put like some of the good stuff there until later. And occasionally I just like sort out my stash. Like, you know, I look at the builds I want to play, I start tempering my shit, I delete everything else that I no longer need to temper or save for potential tempering. And suddenly you have a lot of space. And then you do this like once a week, and you're fine. Let me upgrade my potion to my 26 HP. Holy dude. Actually, I have 35 HP now, man. The Shaco gave me a lot of HP. Burning Shrine. Uh-oh. Wind, D-Hack, Suppressor, Water, Teleporter, and Mortar. Yeah, dude, bosses with elite affixes. That would be cool, I think. Like, what if post P300, where nothing matters besides follow rules, you actually start adding, like, okay, there's like 1 elite affix randomly on every boss, and plus 1 elite affix on every elite. And then P310, now it's 2 affixes on a boss, and plus 2 affixes on every elite. P320, now it's 3 affixes on a boss. That's on. Imagine. At 90. I guess 90 is fine. Did Diablo ever have a tame beast class? Not sure really, I guess. I mean, there were like companions for the Diablo 3 Demon Hunter, and then we have the Druid companions. But not like a hunter WoW kind of mechanic. I guess Revive probably comes the closest from Necromancers. In D2 and D3. Yo, Nico, can do dance, flurry. Yeah, mostly those two, I'd say, are really good. Heartseeker is also nice, once you get some gear going. You can work towards Death Trap. Eva actually made a setup now with the patch that is easier to build for Death Trap. This is Ball Lightning. I'm going to make a planner for a Ball Lightning Sorc. Don't I have it already? No, I just had the Maxroll guide there. Yeah, I basically followed Northwest guide. But yeah, there's like a few like planner things I want to do. Anything you can change from Maxroll for hardcore. Sorcs are basically unkillable with Mana Shield, so you don't really worry. As long as you don't like empty your entire mana accidentally, you're fine. You have to press the Blizzard sometimes to not run out of mana basically when you perma spam. To get a D4 team to engage in a mission to kill all PoE1 Ubers in SSF. Holy. I know some of them are actually PoE blasters. I was actually talking about PoE with Colin when I was there. Seems like he's quite an enjoyer. Which is a good sign, I think. In Colin we trust. Colin F1. Hydra looks so weak against Ball Lightning, that's just me. Hydra is very strong too, and I think they are relatively comparable in power. I was also farming like 80s or something on my Hydra. Maybe Hydra's even better. I'm not really sure, I didn't really like benchmark them exactly. But at the very least they're comparable. So maybe you're just missing something. I mean, my character is pretty decked out, so I have like basically everything. With pretty good rolls and everything, so I'm lasting. In the Hydra, for example, I was much worse geared because it was like day one when I made my Hydra and I just like blasted with whatever I had. And I was also farming in the 70s. I remember that, but not exactly what tier. 75-ish maybe. And that's also with like less Mythics, Chaos Armors and whatever. Bovine, bovine, holy other bolts. Can you utilize Chaos Armor on every build? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's like some builds where the Chaos Armors don't really add much because you just kind of like you know, moving pieces from one slot to another, and that's about it. And use the same stuff overall. Like, some rogue builds especially have that issue. There's not really like very good universal chaos armors they can stick in now, because you still run, you know, Perdition, Shroud, and then, you know, unique, and you just like move them around to get a higher benefit because the affix is higher. That's it. But yeah, some classes benefit a lot from the chaos armors. Like Sorc is a flicker step, you can do the one cast teleport very easily without a Shaco. That is like one big thing. And then like the Spiritborn builds, they benefit a lot from like all the quarterstaffs. Barbs, they have the Battle Frenzy and stuff like that. And you know, like here we have the Banished Lords, you have the Locrans. On Hydra you have Ophidian Iris, if you get a Chaos version of that, you can suddenly have an Amulet. That's huge. And so on. Like, I was not even running a Ophidian Iris Chaos Armor, I was just running a normal Ophidian on my Hydra Sorc and I was blasting. Like, the main thing is get to the one cast teleport, so that you're flying, which is easy to do with a flicker step and a normal pair of boots and some evade tempers. Exclamation mark TP. And the rest is just, yeah, I mean, Hydras are easily strong enough to kill the, like, even my Hydra enchant Hydras were killing stuff in T4 like one shot. So, and they're like 10 times weaker than my casted Hydras or something. They were fine. So I had like my 2 casted Hydras and I had my 2 enchantment Hydras. And even the enchantment Hydras were just helping to clear stuff. Brent, Gibson, and Bjorn Mikkelsen are also doing expansion too. Monka TOS. As far as I know, nothing has really changed. Is it better to have Shaco and no Flicker Step? Yes. Shaco gives you 4 ranks, and, well, defenses that you don't care about much on a Sorc. And all the cooldowns. So the cooldown is also for the other skills, right? It makes it easier to have your Stellar Currents up. You have more of the real teleports, you have more, okay, flame shields, you don't really care, I guess. But it could be helpful if you run something like Elementalist Glyph, for example, you can activate the fire part more often. And Flicker Step gives you nothing. Flicker Step gives you only more teleports. But Shaco already does that and gives you a bunch of other benefits. So you go for the Shaco, and then you have another slot, and that slot can be filled with, in my case, a Locrans. And Locrans gives me all the crit that the Perdition would give me, and it gives me double damage, because I have way too much mana. And a bit of additive, which is kinda nice. So yeah, Locran is very powerful on Mana Shield Sorc, because you have the full benefit of double damage from the extra crit damage. You ever think of an Oculus teleport build for Giga Speed Horde? I cannot say I ever thought about an Oculus teleport build for Giga Speed Horde. No. What is there to do when you get to the end game? Well, there's lots of different types of content that you can like cycle through. There's like the open world quests, effectively, a bit like the open world events in like WoW. They're called Whispers. There's a Helltide, which is like some kind of like a mutated outdoor zone with lots of stuff going on. So that's relatively juicy. I can go, and that changes from zone to zone. There's world bosses that pop up every once in a while. There's lair bosses that you can farm for uniques. There's the Undercity that you can target farm, which is like some kind of like speedrun, hyper turbo mode content. You have the Pit, which is a bit like the free Gather Rifts, which is what I'm doing right now. This is where I get XP and a bunch of other stuff. And it has like a timer. You can also push higher tiers. You can like change the difficulty here. There's a 9 dungeons where you kind of just go from dungeon to dungeon, farm some stuff there.
What's left, you ask?
Much more things. Don't forget the Dark Citadel. I think the Dark Citadel is very forgettable. Yeah, Sorc, we're not walking. He did a Citadel with Stepkey and Nini. Nice. There's at least a dozen cosmetics to be found in Dark Citadel. I mean, to be fair, the Dark Citadel cosmetics are kind of cool. And having them is definitely something. Because they're hard to get. You definitely have to like invest time into getting them. And almost no one does that. So they're actually like some of the most unique cosmetics you can earn in this game. Someday I'll grant them cope. I just realized my Lightning Spears don't benefit from local, right? Because I'm not casting the Lightning Spears. Do they get the benefit of the extra crit chance? I don't think so. So maybe this is why I don't get vulnerable instantly all the time. I just noticed. Sometimes I see Lightning Spear hits and it seems like they're not getting vulnerable, but maybe it's not hitting the right guy. It's still pretty much instant all the time, but that might be it. The title system needs a rework. Why? I like the title system in this game. You don't enjoy 5 minutes of scrolling through them? Okay, that is kind of shitty, I agree. It would be nice if it was having some search bar or something. But you know, like the prefix suffix title thing is kind of cool, I think. Instead of just selecting one, like in WoW, for example. People can make some funny stuff. There's no way to show people you have a rare title, should have different colors. I don't know. I think that's a bit over the top. But I'm not sure if it does that, but it would be nice if you can see where a title comes from. So that if someone sees your title, they're like, oh, what the fuck is that title? And then they look it up and they see, oh shit. This guy cleared a pit 140? Yeah, the funny thing is the Citadel has like this 5% damage instance. Which hopefully they're gonna remove at some point. Because yikes. The 150 pitter that everyone got for free with Spiritborn. Yeah. Kinda funny that they even made a title for that, since, you know, that was like intentionally not completable, right? With like non-bug builds. But I guess then came Season 7. And 5 out of 6 classes did it with non-bug builds. Actually, I guess Spiritborn was still buggy, but not as much. And even the rogues got close. It's kind of funny to think how overtuned Season 7 was, man. And the season theme itself wasn't even that insane. It was the Witch Power Jewels, and like the Witch Doctor like shenanigans, but they weren't that crazy like what you have now. Like, the builds were just so ridiculous. Like all the ultimate builds. How did that happen? And the Earthquake, I guess, right? On Barb it was Earthquake, I think. How did that happen? Holy fuck. I mean, okay, there were also some bugs of Earthquake, I remember. That made it like deal double damage only here, and like some other stuff there. Good luck, Vilmic. When is that, do you know? Did a complete Citadel armor set grind in Season 7, took 20 hours. Oh, it's actually not too much. 20 hours? Like, I could ask Chronix and just log in for like 2 days. Question is, how long does it take to farm the incense in Citadel? I wonder. I mean, luckily the buff on the Citadel is relatively small, but it's still there. I wonder how fast you can farm the instance. I'd have to try this. Maybe we're gonna ask Chronix or so to like log in. He's gonna blast Citadel for a day and see how much we get.
What hammer sings on your return?
Heartseeker is S tier pit push. I know that. I have gotten some pretty big upgrade in this patch. Matthias has been going ham. Kind of funny to compare D4 instances to drugs, I gotta say. Like you stand in front of the pit portal, and you're like, I need something now. I need a boost, and you sniff that instance. Okay, go in. Let's go. When you run out, you go into withdrawals. You start shivering. You could do that for immersion, right? Like the more you use instance, the more your character becomes addicted to it, and whenever instance is down, then you know your screen starts shaking and your character doesn't walk straight anymore and attacks slower. Holy immersion.
forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
When I'm gonna play Ghost of Yotei. I don't know, it's not really on my radar right now. I don't even know what genre it is exactly. I've seen like one 5-second clip of someone riding around. It looked pretty. Is it like a Souls-like? Samurai game. Yeah, I don't know the other game either. VGA staff. Which I guess.
Not a bad pull, that.
Grizzly is a lot stronger than human. People use like human to get started with like Cataclysm and the infinite resources from Mjolnir Ring. But you definitely go Grizzly. I would just go Grizzly all the way. You can fix the resources in other ways and stay Grizzly and don't have to like do like some major respec or something. Check my planner. We don't have starters yet. There's a setup as well. But I think they'll pump out another expansion 44. I think we're gonna get at least 3 more expansions for this game. And I think it will have a new class. I have a feeling there's gonna be a class. The goal is to get at least 10 characters in total in D4. Yeah, I mean, as the game matures and they're not gonna do like these sweeping changes, you know, like Nutri-Born style and whatever, skill tree rework at some point, you know, once stuff is like a little bit more settled in, I guess they don't have to do that much work on the old classes anymore, patch by patch, and they can actually focus on getting more classes in. But yeah, in the current game, like, it would be very hard to sustain a lot of classes, I think. They have so much trouble even fixing the existing stuff. How many hours do I need for 300? Yeah, from here it's probably like 25 hours or so for the last 8 levels. Something like that. Maybe a bit less. Yeah, pretty close. The total is like around 80 hours on a really fast grind. Like 0 to 300 is like around 80 hours with like a top farming build. And the thing is, I don't have anything else to grind anymore besides pits, so I can just, you know, do this for like 2 days and I'm done basically. Could get it done before the event on Friday. If I don't do a lot of like Spiritborn testing and shenanigans. Well, I mean, I can just play some of the builds on the Spiritborn and farm with that for a while and then do like a little push. And that's it, but yeah, there's gonna be a bit of downtime with testing and so on. And making the builds. I'm just enjoying the ball lighting grind for a little bit now, before I go Spiritborn later. It's kind of fun to play this. Will a new class use a shield? It better. Shields are pretty worthless in this game currently, and I would like to see more use of it. Even for the bars, for example. Best I farm tributes. Titan tributes are from the pit a lot. And Harmony, nothing included. Everywhere. I think Whispers drop a lot of these harmonies, and also the Ascendants and Radiance. Like Whisper grind would be really good right now to get Ascendance tributes. I actually have 3 in my stash. Not sure what to do with them. I bought us in here, Lesnar. Got some fractured peaks. Gonna be a minute. The sniper dungeons are really good for farming chaos items and sparks from a season rep board. That's like the basically main farming strategy this entire season. You farm Helltide Chaos Rifts to get juice and rep and sigils for Chaos Rift Nightmare Dungeons, and then you farm the Chaos Rift Nightmare Dungeons. You get even more of that stuff. And then You make a fresh character to do the first quest. Buy 89 scrolls from your main. Mule them. Finish the entire rep board. You get a spark, 4 chaos items, 4 sigils, bunch of random loot, bunch of boss mods. Go again. I can finish an entire season rep board in around 40 minutes with a fast character on average. So it's like 1.5 sparks an hour, almost a mythic an hour, plus like 8 to 10 chaos items, plus a bunch of other shit. It's pretty good.
It is done.
That's the spirit. Give it a go. Not a battery. Go. Hello, shining beauty.
Yeah, if you can stomach buying the scrolls and muling them, you should always make a fresh character. It gives you nearly the same amount of chaos items, and it gives you a spark and a lot of other free shit.
See some steel, you know, better than starting from nothing.
Your character needs to be level 2 to turn in the reps. Chaos items are Locran, Banished, and Crown. Imperial's Might. Well, congratulations. Unfortunately, not really the best. But it'll make you very tanky. There's no build that runs Terials. Usually go Shroud, because Shroud also gives it a pretty good amount of defenses and lots of damage. And Terials is only defense. And not even that much more than like a Masterwork Life Shroud, for example, in most cases. And in general, we don't really need defenses these days in this game. No one really cares about defenses. It can be kind of a good item early on, when you don't have anything, like, you know, casting, you just go to Common 4 and you're chilling until you fix your stuff later. So this can be a good starter item. I'm playing Ball Lightning, Florian, yes. This is not Crackle. Free GA air with triple quid Masterwork core, that's kinda sick, dude. Mark, Warp, Tasmanian. Spotlighting or Hydra, stronger Sorc build? I think in power they're pretty close. I think speed as well, but probably Hydra is like an overall slight winner. It's also easier to build Hydra than it is to build the ball lightning, I guess.
See some steel you need? Hello, chef. Well, there's something special. Better than starting from nothing.
How do you prove your SSF? You don't. Not yet, at least. Mega bonk when? I'll consider it in like 1.5 weeks maybe. There's gonna be a bit of downtime before PoE 1 starts. Crucible sees Mogateers everywhere. There's no aspect for the orbiting ball lighting anymore, it's a unique item now. The Occurrence Catalyst offhand. 292. Holy, +5 means that. Is there an int node? No, this one has everything taken. 3% DR from vulnerable enemies, incredible. Anything else we can take here? There's actually 4 int nodes here for this glyph.
All finished, are you?
You want to tag along. Second guy getting a free boost today, holy. I'll add me. I don't care right now. the most fun build for an alt of both Druid. If you want to stay on Druid, play Ravens. Otherwise, go Razor Wings. Okay.
All finished, are you?
Yeah, and Venom Amulet is tough, man. I know that feel. Dude, last season I got this insane neck, man. I remember that. We're doing the pulverized push. And Venom and Toxic Claw and Willpower. Holy. That was something. This season I also got a GA in Venom. But I think that was like a first stat that was not great, like life or movement or something, and then roll willpower, I guess. But I think I never used it. I think I still have it on my mule somewhere. Renown 3 should be enough for the event. Yes. Which is basically just altars and strongholds. That's it. But I mean, you get Renown 4 probably just by default from farming Lamp Intentions at some point in the season, and then you have that anyway. Like, the Renown is super fast these days. Hey. Not all Necro. Thank you. I love these tower paragon boards. I've seen decks that do that in the past as well. Also, why is my browser so fucking slow? What is this? Is Maxroll slow or is my browser slow? What the fuck? We don't seem to have Giga memory leak, so that's not it. Come on, guys.
All finished, are you? Better than starting from nothing. Yeah. Hello, shiny. Oh. Well, hello. Vasil's ghost. I had that in my bag.
If you have an alt and Widow Hail, I'm not sure if Widow Hail is enough. If you have a Widow Hail, they'll need like really good quivers all the time to make up for that, and usually Widow Hail was used just for like the extra skill ranks for some stuff like Poison Concoction and stuff like that, because this Giga scaled with skill levels. And there might be similar abilities where like skill levels is everything, and this is where Widow Hail shines. But if you're talking about an alt, then, you know, just make some big bow for every act and you're chilling. I would do that. Because otherwise I have to make a big quiver anyway, and it's probably weaker, so. Yeah, all this slidey. Good luck. Hope you're fine. Season has been very fun so far. Soon Paragon 300. I've played all the classes. A lot of builds. I've made like 10 builds now. A bit more actually later today. We're gonna do some Spiritborn stuff later. I just kind of can't stop grinding. And while I'm in the mood to grind Paragons, I will grind the Paragons, just so we slowly get closer to the 300. But I can't go around some build testing soon. We have work to do. Also need to check if I have to update my Stinger and... In fact, what is Mana Guide actually? Did I have a Maxroll at this point? I have 2. Stinger and Quill is what I have. So I want to check those out again and see if I want to do any adjustments. I mean, if you're talking about an alt Dante, I could literally, I don't know, farm up 1 million gold, and then every act, gamble a bunch of quivers, start slamming them, socket, and there you go, you know? I mean, you're gonna have a big quiver, a big bow no matter what. Right? Throw a few blacksmith whetstones on it if you want. You don't need to have like the craziest bow to one-shot everything. And just do this at the start of every act, and there you go. Yeah, even 1 million is... Okay, I don't know like how much you have on your main and stuff, but... Either way, once you have done your first character in hardcore SSF, or any SSF, you know, your ult will be significantly stronger anyway. Especially if you saved a few pieces. Like I always make like 6 stashes, like just small stashes, where you have like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Act 4, and so on. And I just like throw stuff in there with like appropriate level requirements, and then I make an ult, and I just like take out the items, and I have like Giga Gear, if you slam a few Exiles. So like the best stuff I collected basically. You got 3 Chaos Islands and Harlequin. Is that enough for ball lightning? Well, ideally you want to reach 34 ranks on your ball lightning, so that you get the overpower every cast. Now if you don't have starters, you actually need less ranks, because starters halves your mana cost. So in that case you get the Banish Lord's proc more easily. But starters is a pretty big upgrade, and also makes the mana sustain a bit easier, which is not a big deal, but very mild to deal. 34 ranks, well 5, and then we have 6 here, 4 here, 6 here, 5 here, 6 here. Tarasha until starters makes sense. Here's the Paragon Tower. Beautiful. Love it. Now if you can roll off the movement speed to something useful, it's gonna be a very good amulet. Otherwise, I guess you're faster in town. It's a good start. Glass Cannon is very good, Int is nice. Movement speed will be useless once you have your primordial binding stacks. Although, do we actually get all the movement speed from that on a build like this? 6% times 10, so maybe a little bit of movement speed doesn't actually hurt. Probably fine to have a bit of movement speed. You're not playing Hydra. 100. Identity is so good, it's rank 1 on the board. Yeah, in Soul Shard season, many funny things happen. I mean, all the pet builds are very strong in the Soul Shard season because they have the Dregs of Lies, which is like the best weapon gem, but it only applies to pet builds. Marauder, for example, is also very good, and so on. I remember last time I did the Hydra Approach in D3, this was in the Season 28 Community Event. That was fun. I just went with Northwar's Ball Lightning Guide here from Maxroll. Which I guess is like 99% identical with Mikuna. I have no idea what Mikuna was doing, but it's probably the same thing. I'll make a video about Ball Lightning soon. Also Flurry I want to cover. I've done Shadow Blight. The Vermin Barb is something missing actually. I want to do that. My updated build. I have to make some planners later, I think. And get that stuff out of the way before events start. So we're gonna have like a few videos lined up. Who is this Chinese guy? Who is who? Not Chinese guy. I don't know why, but every season, suspiciously, Shakuna's Paragon bot always similar to Maxroll. I mean, I don't know, maybe Nalfa and Mikuna talk sometimes. I know they have done that in the past at least. I'm not sure if that is still happening. But, I mean, in general, you arrive at the same conclusions anyway. You know, if you know what you're doing, and you know about all the interactions and all the bugs, then you will generally have the same result, plus minus a few little things anyway on any build. So and then it comes down to sometimes like optimizing a little bit around, you know, convenience or speed or more power or something like that. Which you can do with like little things. But you know, when I start cooking, I don't know, a Heartseeker build, it will probably look like 99% like Dark Sides builds anyway, or something like that. So, just I probably have a bit more life than Dark Side. So everyone has like their own like little quirks, I guess, with like how they make their setups. I like to make mine like, you know, more all-rounder and more convenient. Other people go for like more damage. But yeah, overall, you know, you always have like very similar outcome anyway. At least with those people that actually understand what they're doing. I guess there's plenty of builds out there that, where people make builds that don't really understand everything or don't know all of the mechanics and so on, and then you're gonna see some weird shit. We said like barrier build and mana shield season. Yeah. Yeah, for example, originally when I made my Hydra planner, I was trying to do like beast corner stuff instead of mana shield. But I realized like the benefits of mana shield are just too big. So I like swapped the entire setup around, and then it took me like a few iterations to actually find all the things I need to remove. Because, you know, now you don't need life nodes anymore and whatever, and there's like an oversight here and so on. But then I fixed it and now it's fine, for example. So that can happen as well, sometimes where you like rework a build and you like miss some part that you have to change or something like that. Inner Flames with Beast Cornered. Let's build a bit of a trial first today. I think I'll do some Stinger, Crush, and then Quill, and then we're probably gonna end on Rake. And like, okay, I'm not sure about Payback. Maybe we're gonna start with Payback actually. That could be the most interesting one, because the others are relatively figured out, but Payback, I've not seen much of it, and we have some pretty high hopes. Hi Matthias, by the way. Pretty good right now. I got one level so far today. I'm not sure exactly where I started with my level, but that was, I think, pretty similar. That's 291. Then we are at 292 now. Yeah, I think we're doing like around 2.5 hour level ups or so currently. At this pace. Should be around 10 million XP per run. We do like maybe 25 to 30 runs an hour. So it's like a sub 3 hour level up here. Did I never use any, but intentionally in D4 or guides? Never use what? Any bug? Ah. Well, I mean, early on in D4 we were pretty big purists. We expected Blizzard to be much more on top of fixing shit than they actually were. Like, for example, I think we never actually had a Bulwark Druid guide on Maxroll. Because we decided this is just like, you know, a 2 game-breaking bug that we should not promote. And we expected that to be fixed within hours or days. And then Blizzard just let it in there for 2 seasons. Oof. I mean, at some point it just kind of, you know, we were forced to include bugs in builds because this is just a way to play the build and Blizzard is just shitty at fixing bugs. And this is just the reality of playing Diablo 4 and we have to deal with it. So at some point we kind of like changed our stance a little bit. Beast fixed or still buggy? It was not buggy and it is not fixed. It is just easier to maintain your life now and you get more resources back. Beast is changed, yes. It drains 33% less life and gives you 33% more resources, and it always gives you the full resource value, even if it doesn't drain an equivalent value of life. It just needs to drain at least 1 life. So that is a relatively big buff for some builds that don't heal a lot. Soul Spires are pretty nice now. We will always complete them in a few seconds. But I'm kinda over Horde's farm for now. Not gonna do more until next season, that's for sure. Okay, a few more for our hardcore event, that's fine. Is it worth to actively farm Whispers now? Nah, I wouldn't really do the shady Whispers, but the good Whispers, yeah, I mean, I was doing them all season long and it's really good, even without the double event. Like, you know, the lair bosses, you know, Undercity, Pit, whenever it pops up, you know. Who's participating in the hardcore event? I think we have like 15 plus streamers, lots of Maxroll guys, and I mean, whoever from the community, I don't know exactly because we don't have signups for non-streamers, so I do expect some participation though.
Magic in a bottle. A potent quantity indeed.
Yo, are you sure about that Navasinka? Good luck. Gaming can at least give you some relief and distraction as well while you're healing. Slidey.
Use it well.
Hello, shame. Not a bad. Hello, Vassal's ghost. Hello. Well. Hello, shining beauty. Not a bad cold. Hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
I just said good luck and, you know, get better, this lady. Hi, Mr. Lone Wolf. I'm good, and you? He slept 1.5 hours last night. Jeez, that's what happened. Gaming too much? Yeah. Problem. I'm surprised by the death of a Barb. It's been a squishiest class for 4 seasons. I'm not sure if you understand what happened in our clip. What do you mean? What? I was playing a build that was permanently at 10% health. And I was face tanking pit 105. Intentionally. Until I finally fell over after hours. Heartseeker is very good, yes. Yeah, I had 2 rips to bugs last season. I had like a rip to a lag. season before, I didn't have like any rips in like, you know, general gameplay or something. I just decided to kill my characters more from now on, like intentionally. And the early seasons we definitely had rips. But since the expansion I basically had no rips. The falling floor in the rest of the Fate campaign. Monkas. At least it's like not a big loss when that happens. But definitely a shitty one. Especially because it's right before the end.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
How the hell are you getting whispers from people? Some people told me that they are able to whisper people in trade chat, but I cannot do that. I can never whisper anyone in trade chat without adding them to the friend list first. How do you do that? Why does it work for some people but not for me? Yeah, party invite works, unless they're already in a party and then it breaks. I always just like invite someone if they like want to buy runes or whatever. I just like right click invite, and if that doesn't work, I add them. But I can never whisper anyone. Even with crossplay on right now, I think. I always do both on and both off. If I change it. Yeah, whisper is always it doesn't show a name. It's kind of stupid. You just have to know who you're whispering.
Greetings. What's left, you ask?
Crazy how many people I see in trade chat that want to get Ohm runes suddenly. What happened? Everyone is going for Ohm. Even I have an Ohm equipped right now. Holy. That's the first time this season, I think. Just because I can't really find anything else. Yo, Falcon, thanks for joining us. Yeah, Beast cornered now drains a third less life. It's still a lot, depending on the build. But it's easier to maintain. And also it gives you the full resource value back no matter what, and it doesn't drain any life at all. But previously it was tied to how much life it drained. Hi Mickey. Well, this light, if you have your Chaos Armors, you should be happy. Getting the right GAs on the Chaos Armors is luxury. I wouldn't worry about that too much. Doing fine, yeah, how about you? No gear. If you're a spirit staffed on the Druid, by the way, I should try to use Lum Rune. That can help a lot. Fuck Lum or a Neo Lum or something like that. Can help a lot to get your spirit going. Or just resource on the weapon and another resource roll or resource cost reduction roll or proc on your non-status ring. Resource potion. Those things can kind of solve that whole thing.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Well, hello, shining.
Not a bad fashion.
Hello, shining beauty.
Greetings. What's still got some good in it?
And here, reserved dungeons and legions is the best for consoles. Did my Barb die? Yeah, my Barb died actually. I made him die finally. After I removed my 65% damage reduction aspect and my Bulwark and face tanked all of the abilities, I eventually managed to kill him. That's funny. Dude, these barbs in the hardcore event is gonna be pretty hilarious. They're gonna fight Lilith for like 15 minutes. Face tank 800 stacks. Giga Chad mode. Gonna be funny. Okay, Gris. I didn't want to do any more barbs, so I decided to get rid of the guy. And I have all the mythics and everything, like, you know, double and triple anyway, so... Goodbye. This is the most fun ball lighting version of Sorc there's ever been. I didn't play Season 2 ball lighting actually. Actually the first time I really played ball lighting. Why do pit 79? It's a pretty good pit number to farm because you can get 8% upgrades all the way to 100. But like, okay, I could like min-max and change the tier I'm farming. Then go up or down a few tiers here and there depending on my glyph that I'm leveling. But I can just stay on 79 and just have the 8% upgrade. So it takes like, I don't know, 2 hours for each glyph to go from like 85 to 100 or something. So I just do this for a while and all the glyphs are 100. But there's nothing really particular about this tier or something. Actually, I think at 80 there might be a breakpoint where we get more Artificer Stones back, but I mean we have basically infinite Artificer Stones anyway. But I think 80 is actually a breakpoint. Here I get like 2 to 3 and I think at 80 I get more. Or is it 85? Maybe it's 85. I don't remember exactly anymore. It was like in the... one of the like middle of the season patches last season. Where they gave us the infinite Artificer Stones. Let's see how much we get now. I got 3 stones here. Let's do an 80 and we'll see. It doesn't go higher. Well, if you go higher, then you still have higher glyph upgrade chance. But if I go significantly higher, I will slow down. Slowing down is not what you do in this game. I think it might be 2 to 3 Artificer Stones, there might be more on 80 or it's 85. There's some breakpoint somewhere where there's actually a consideration. But I mean, I have 15,000 Artificer Stones, so we really don't need more. From here on it will take me probably like 500-600 pits to finish the leveling. So even if I didn't get any Artificer Stones at all anymore, I'll still have like 12,000 or 13,000. I mean, after we hit 300, we don't really care anymore about bit farming, I guess. got 2 stones, so I think it's 85 then. Okay. Didn't do pit 300. There's no pit 300. We're farming Paragon.
this spirit. Give it a go.
Late to the Sorc party. Well, if we ignore that I created this character on day 1 of the season. Skills, no need. Yeah, I don't think there's a high risk of anyone using basic skills on this class. They have to put it on the bar for elemental synergies. I guess on Hydra I can do it. Get the, what's that called? Explosive combinations buff. At least for like the higher tiers. Can I explain Limmer? The pit is designed to be an infinite challenge, so it can test your build. Yeah, the 6 million Goblin achievement is still in the game. And in fact, I calculated the other day that it's possible to do it in roughly 6 weeks now. So you might see, the chances are very unlikely, but you might see the first person to complete it this season. You need some crazy Chinese with a huge following or something like that to do it. Or Rob. I want to see Rob farm goblins for 6 weeks straight. He has a chance. Actually, the most likely person to complete this achievement is Elon Musk, I think. Because he can actually pay the people that are required to do it. So maybe Elon Musk is going to be the first to complete the Goblin achievement. I need quite a bigger farm of Chinese players in order to finish the achievement in 6 weeks, but it's doable. And this was calculated without the use of account share on the main account. So if you want to account share on the main account, you can do it in 1 month. 1 or 2 of the satellites fall to Earth each month. It's probably like intended, I guess. You know, once they're like outdated and whatever, like eventually they lose them. You know, they have like faults and lose momentum or whatever, and then they just kind of like burn up in the atmosphere basically when they come down, right? They will not really like land, I think.
Better than starting from nothing.
Hello, Basil. Hello, shining. Shame that. Well, hello, shining beauty.
Even if someone playing 24/7 doesn't it take forever? Yes, this is why you have 50 people playing 24/7. In this way you can shortcut the time needed to get the Goblin achievement. And do it in 1 month. So the strat is Chaos Waves in Hordes. You have teams of 3 Lightning Spear Sorcs on Torment 1. Waiting with a Chaos Wave ready. Inviting 1 guy. You click the Chaos Wave. And if it's Goblins, you kill all the Goblins with 4 Lightning Spear Sorcs. And then the next team invites you, clicks the Chaos Wave, and so on. If it's not a Chaos Wave with Goblins, then you just instantly leave, go to the next party that waits for you with the Chaos Wave. And basically just hop from party to party, waiting with the Chaos Wave ready. Meanwhile, you can even click the scrolls for more Goblins, but I mean that's very, very minuscule. But at least you can get like... I'm not sure how many Goblins spawn in like 1 Chaos Wave exactly. I had a number the other day, but probably a few hundred. Or something like that. I'd say like 200 Goblins or something, maybe more, in like a minute. Let's say on average you get like 1 Chaos Wave with Goblins every 3 minutes like this, or 20 times. You can get a few thousand Goblins per hour basically. So you're talking about, yeah, 1 to 2k hours to do it. If you get 200 per Goblin Wave, you probably get more. The same group of Chaos Wave guys have been farming Citadel Scrolls since last year. Yeah, all of that was useless, so unlucky for them. They've been farming Goblin Scrolls for a year for nothing. Because now you just do like a Goblin Wave and you're fine. Well, you know, happens. How do you get that many people willing to do that? Well, number 1, you're a crazy Chinese with a huge following. Number 2, you're Elon Musk. Or number 3, you're Rob. So one of those options. Now I really wanna see Rob farm Goblin. Oh man. Mob doesn't push anymore. Oh, he doesn't have to. It just has something to do with pushing. If we're talking about farming goblins in T1 hordes. There's nothing with pushing here. Yeah, maybe there's a hidden trigger. Once the first person completes the goblin achievement, the car level is unlocked. Could be. Rob made a video praising Spires. He said people are getting 3k with Spires. 3k. I mean, on a really good run, I could see that happening. But that is... that's like a 1 in 100 run, most likely. I mean, Spires definitely has the highest potential of all options. My best run also was with Spires so far. But, you know, every time I tried Spires, I never got close to that result again. It was only once. Because you need like 8 different synergies. You know, when you press Elder Lords, you press that thing, and then whatever else pops up with Elder Fiends, and you're winning. With Spires, you need like 8 things, and then it's good. Yeah, good luck. Like, first of all, you can't even do this in 6 or 8 wave runs. Really? Like, Spires in 6 wave runs? No way. In 8, maybe. If you get Giga Lucky. So it's mostly a 10 wave thing, the Spires. And I mean, who farms 10 wave? In this season at least. I guess in other seasons the 10 waves become better because you get more juice for like the gold or the material chests. But right now it's all about Bartok basically. So I wouldn't really farm 10 waves very much anyway. I got almost entirely just did 8 waves this entire season. It just seems risky to go Spires. Yeah, the thing is, some of the Spires are just, the synergies are pretty good, right? Because if you go Spires, you want the multiplier. If you don't go Spires, you want less Spires. So you always win if you pick the Spire thing. That gives you less Spires and more juice. So you can still always pick it if there's no like really good option, like Elder Lords or something there. And then still decide to go Spires in the next run, or in the next wave, or the one after that, or something like that. It's definitely nice to pick up a few of the Spire things. And then at some point you have to make the decision, okay, do you take the +3 flat Spire thing? And do you take the Master Spawn Spires? Because those two are like the big things you have to pick up at some point if you want to do a full Spire strat. But the less Spires with the multiplier is actually just like, it's like an all-round good pick anyway. Kind of funny, what now has become like not so good of a pick anymore is the Spires pull in stuff. So you get a bunch of like extra flight adder, but it's not that crazy. And the pulling in doesn't help you to clear them anymore. One K Ether is 70 million. That is not true. It's like around 40 million per 1K Ether. I'm pretty sure it scales linearly. Or maybe it scales down slightly when you have a lot of Ether. But I think somewhere they said that there is no more diminishing returns on the rewards of the Infernal Horde chests. No, you don't have to guide mouse into the Spire circles, you just walk in and there's monsters spawning. It's very easy now. What if you get a Cosmic Wings? You want Cosmic Wings in D4? What was that earlier, by the way, Buck? With the trouble. Okay, if anyone is farming hordes on like a really good build, and you get like, let's say, 2,000 to 3,000 adder on a goblin wave, can you check before and after how many goblins did you kill with the achievement? It's in the feat of strength. So if anyone is doing that, let me know. I want to know the number of goblins that we can expect, and also I need to know which build you're doing. Oh, Necro. Oh, you're here. Yeah, I was trying to remember, like, what was the number? And what build did you do? Opt. Yeah, I'm not gonna farm hordes now just to get a golden wave. So... Four Sorcs is... okay, 500 goblins, okay. 500 goblins, man, that's a lot of goblins. So 1k goblins per 4, but per 2 chaos waves. So 10,000 goblins per hour roughly, if I say like 1 chaos wave every 3 minutes. And one goblin wave every 3 minutes, maybe? With instance hopping. So 6 minutes, 1k, 60 minutes, 10k. Would probably be like the optimal target. If it's like fully optimized. Okay. So yeah, 6.66 hours for 66k. Yeah, so 666 hours of goblins. 1 week has 164 hours. 4 weeks has 600. Oh, sorry, 168 hours. So 4 weeks has 600, 712. Is that correct? No. $672. Yeah, so 1 up is possible. So I can live at 100. How to play this build without burning your arms and fingers and pressing ball? You can just hold down right click. I hold down right click and press space and teleport all the time. I hate that on Maxroll 90% of the builds are beast cornered. That's very hyperbolic. And it's not like you're gonna find the same build without beast cornered. Because, you know, the perk fits the build. We don't fit the build to the perk. So, if you play an overpower build, you play Brawn. If you play a companion build on Druid, you play Savagery. If you play Soul Rift, then you play Alter the Balance. Just, okay, certain perks are designed for certain builds, and that's it. And all the builds that don't have anything special going for them, they go beasts. That's how Season 10 works. Do we still always go Chaos Offering or anything else? I skip Chaos very often, actually. Especially if it's like high amount of wave run, like if it's a 10 wave run, then I often skip the early Chaos waves, but I might take the later one. If it's like a 6 wave horde, I usually take the Chaos waves because you don't really build so many synergies, and the Chaos wave can just kind of like make it a good run, if it's a good Chaos wave. If you get Elder Lords, the run is saved. If you get Goblins, it's GG. Getting one of those two is probably like a 1 in 4 or something like that. So that's pretty good usually. But for like, for example, 10 wave hordes, I tend to not pick Chaos. Because early on, you want to build synergies, and later on, you have the synergies. So I tend to just be better off not taking Chaos. But of course, you can always get the Goblins and get a ton of payout. Especially if you have a build that is very good for the Goblins. You can get like, 2.5k plus Ether from just the Goblin wave. And otherwise you will complete Bartok anyway, even if you get a shitty Chaos wave. Sure, you can kind of figure it every time, I guess. Thank you. More stuff. Yeah. It's cold. Glad you're enjoying it here. I don't think it works if Dust Devils and Earthquakes, it seems. I think Orani's always worked, as long as you had it in your hand while swinging. It was Crown of Lucerne though that changed at some point. Where it only worked for skills that actually spend resources, but now it's actually a global multiplier or something. Yo, hello. To the new joins. How fine would it be if the damage resistance auras stacked so if two were next to each other would be very hard to kill? You'd have glorious ideas, Buck. I should suggest that to the devs actually, and this is what the community wants. And they also want to see more of these guys stacked on top of each other. Right?
Things on your return.
For added fun. Multiplied fun even. Thanks, Hofdagger, I tried really hard. And they shouldn't just spawn the champions in pairs, they should spawn in, you know, in double pairs. And all auras stack. Anything else, guys? Let me know. I should apply for the odd season balance team. Insane. What else are you gonna do, Buck? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Season 11 sounds suspiciously like an odd number. Uh-oh. Guys. Uh-oh. I thought season 11 was gonna be big and good. Eleven has two odd numbers. Well, Esciment, maybe you are missing something big for your build. Well, many big things. Because almost every build will eventually just kind of one-shot their bosses and stuff. Sounds like you're not there yet. Maybe you shouldn't be in T4. You should be maybe in T3. Yeah, Hoda effectively feels exactly like Deathblow anyway. Like Hoda and Deathblow are just the same fucking skill now. With the shockwave that Hoda has gotten. I know what they were thinking there. They want to have data on how often does the Goblin Wave appear in Horse. Is it actually 10% chance? It feels something like a 10% to me. Yeah, I think they have to like remove either the shockwave from the holder or a shockwave from the death blow to give them like some sort of identity. Because right now it's just kind of stupid they're both the same fucking skill, man. Or do something else with the death blow to like, you know, okay, that's like the big bonk finisher, you know. Give like maybe something like a combo point mechanic or whatever, some build up and then you bonk them. Otherwise you spam holder. That could be fun, right? You like spam holder into a pack and then you load up your death blow. And then after like 10 holders, your death blow does like giga damage and you just like bonk the elite. Or something like that. Like this would be fun. Or like the good old death blow where it actually just walk from pack to pack and you get like a free hit when you one-shot them. Like this was super fun, man, back in the day. Season 0. The good old death blow, man, for free when you execute them. That was so cool. Like we need that stuff back.
All finished, are you?
Hello, shining beauty. Shame Vasili's ghost. Hello.
I don't understand anything of the good old times. Ah, poor crossbar.
Better than starting from nothing.
We used to have some really cool builds in this game that no longer exist. Yo, rule. What else have in the playlist? Maybe there's some stuff that I could explore. If it's like similar. The extra damage from revealing is all the time and doubled when they succeed. What was that season 1 thing called? The Barber? The gem? Yeah, that was the Barber. Which character are we killing off today? Well, you might accidentally lose the Spiritborn, but currently no plans. But I definitely have to kill some more characters. On the other hand, how the hell do you kill a Sorc in this season? I guess that's not happening. And Sorc is kind of fun to do the Paragon grind, so it's fine. Maybe for my rogue, I'm gonna do a bunch of like Belials until I die at some point or so. It's gonna bonk me. I don't think I can survive a hit on Belial. Or maybe I can, I don't know. It'll be good in preparation for the event as well to do a bunch of bosses. Should mana shield a beast corn out, but then you can't play this build anymore. Like, I'm not gonna have any resources. Halfway is 283. Isn't that super broken? Well, big wink, I would agree. But it turns out Blizzard likes super broken because every single Paragon node is like revealing, but even better in most cases. Revealing is like the 5th best one or the 4th best one basically that they put in a build most of the time. Main reason for revealing over, for example, Drive is because you can get the dominant passive of the attempt to knock down enemies. A lot of builds actually have a Gorilla tag on their skills these days, thanks to Aisha Kazungi and Gorilla Main Hall. So there's like a big reason to run revealing. SSC is also kind of nice for making it safe and stuff. Okay, I won't lie, Buck.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
I guess I do 293. That should be like an hour or something. Then we go on a Spiritborn. But now I have to get a 300, I guess. Earn the respect. 23, I never had any impressive paragons. Holy burn. Okay, Shamsa. Thank you. I mean, to be fair, in Diablo 3 it's way easier to show you're a good player compared to D4. D4 it's easy to fool everyone into thinking you're good. It would be funny if the new class and expansion wasn't Paladin. I think it would be very funny indeed. And I would really love to see the reactions. Support priest type class. You wanna go around and heal people or what? Next, after the StarCraft crossover, is the Overwatch crossover. We're gonna get Mercy as a new class. Calling it now. And Rogue is gonna ascend to Genji. I need healing. Witch Doctor. Yeah, I think Witch Doctor would be really cool in D4, but they're not gonna risk that, I think. Witch Doctor was too unpopular in D3, which was largely a problem of the game design and not of the class design, I think. Witch Doctor was really fun, but it didn't fit into Diablo 3 very much, in the later stages at least. In D4 it would fit much better, I think. Plus I could modernize it a little bit. You could do so many cool things in D4 with Witch Doctor. Oh, nice, Sangran. Congrats. Alchemist class, Blacksmith class, and the Bard. I mean, you have the perma-shout Barb. That's pretty close to a Bard. I'm assuming right-click for ball lightning. No, I hold right-click. I hold right-click, scroll for force move, and press space for teleport. That's most of the buttons I press. What if there was a class with one-handed shield and bow? 3 vanilla flashbacks. The hand crossbow plus storm shield demon hunter on hardcore. Loved Witch Doctor back in the day. I actually never played Witch Doctor until I think the expansion, pretty much. But I really like the Witch Doctor in the later seasons, actually. Witch Doctor is one of my more favorite classes in D3 right now, actually. Like Mundunugu set, Helltooth Bears. They have some really cool builds these days. K-pop idol singer class. Yeah, insane ideas, Buck. I thought it was meta on hardcore early seasons, perhaps, yeah. Yeah, they had like a really good support builds in the early seasons. Until they finally changed the crowd control. Dude, they had to change something about the crowd control rules in D4 as well. Like, it's been like 2 years of this shit. In D3 they had a really good system once they changed it. And here they still haven't done anything. Is an unlock autocasting considered an exploit? No. The channeling. Don't click channeling on this build. Bad idea. Oh, you might make bank, Buck. Do it. A way to improve overpower chance? Actually, there are some ways. There's single-minded fury that gives you plus 50% overpower chance, but I do not recommend to use that. And then there's a bunch of skills that have like guaranteed overpowers built in, like Blood Surge, Blood Lance, or other effects that can guarantee overpowers. There's Banishlord's Talisman, that can give you a guaranteed overpower after X resources and so on. So this is usually what you use in these cases. But the chance itself cannot be directly modified. It's always fixed at 3%.
I forge more than what's left, you ask.
No, it's 50% flat overpower chance. So you go 53, yeah. Knowing Blizzard could be more aggressive. I mean, There's a good chance it might be, and no one figured it out. Because who the hell ever clicked on single-minded fury? But yeah. What can you play before getting unique offhand? You can play Hydra. What's a good way to block some besides money? I have no idea what they're doing. What build? You've reached T4, your OP damage is insane, but the chance is so low. Lighting Druid. You haven't found any items that proc overpower. Yeah, overpower is like usually for specific builds that are like, you know, built, like designed towards that. Like the blood builds on Necro, a bunch of Barb stuff, the bear builds on Druid. So if you're doing like Lightning Storm, overpower or something. What lightning? Lightning Druid. I mean, Lightning Storm I think as a channel skill cannot even overpower. But the Cataclysm can. And for Cataclysm you can actually guarantee the overpower with the... what is it called? Provocation passive. That makes your next cast a guaranteed overpower every so often. And like this you can actually force the entire Cataclysm to be overpowered. So this is what actually the Cataclysm build does to get a lot of damage. And then he's just chilling in bear form basically. I think its next expansion has the potential to be D3 RS level. Well, if anything, this expansion was D3 RS, because they D3ified the game a lot. But when in doubt, then we doubled it. I think next expansion is gonna be pretty good. I did not DM you, Mr. Magix. That is a scammer. You're in a fawn spot, wondering if Ahu might be okay. Ahu is a really good way to trigger any rune, but usually only in high tier pits. And if you have something like Lunging Strike, and you can use Moni is very good and is consistent. Ahu is not consistent, it doesn't even work for like, you know, the start of a boss fight and so on. And in general, bosses are gonna be scuffed even if you get into 80% fast, because that's single target most of the time and you don't really trigger Ahu much. Outside of like builds that have a lot of arcade chance, like, I don't know, a Barrage Rogue with a Fist of Fate or something is probably gonna trigger Ahu a lot. But on a Barb, yeah, good luck. I'll dream with you, blue skies. Keep warding pressed all the time. I don't let go. If you hold left leg, Yeah, I can't hold both buttons. So I do a hold right click and then I scroll wheel for my movement. Or I can do WSD for the movement. I can do that as well. So this season the poll viewership on Twitch seems to be better across the board. Game Alive. I guess, yeah. I mean, there seems to be like a really like high activity and retention right now. But I'm not sure if it's like significantly more than other seasons for me, at least. I don't touch my left click at all. I hold right click, my ring finger, and I scroll with my middle finger. And sometimes I press 1 for the blizzard, 3 for the teleport, 4 for the unstable, with my left ring and index fingers. And then I press space with my left thumb for teleporting. Where can you find a Barb that I played yesterday? Hammer of the Ancients on Maxroll. Well, you do what you gotta do, Vicky. You did not expect a Barb to go that deep in the pit before dying. Why not? The Barb. It's 114 of old school crushing hand with 8 minutes left. Damn. That's actually pretty good. 114 of that. Can you see other people's paragon items, etc.? You can see the items, but not skill tree or paragons. And only if they don't set their profile to private, which for whatever reason is a setting in this game. Yeah, social features in this game are pretty horrible across the board. This is ball lightning. Yeah, Hydra Sorc does no damage. You're flying Maxroll, but it barely reaches 1100 damage. I mean, I don't know, maybe you're missing something big, or maybe your items are bad, or your masterworks, or your glyph levels. Make sure you have a high Hydra head's temper, with high masterwork on that temper, on your weapon and offhand, or stuff. Make sure you have a good Ophidian Iris, especially the unique effect. Those are the two main things, I guess, that really multiply the damage. And then extra skill ranks. Any more hours of Paragon 300? A bit more than 20, I think. Well, maybe I'll finish the 300 by the start of the event, or maybe do like 299 and see how many days in the event it will take me to get the last level. Just like, you know, creating a new character and so on. Maybe I wouldn't even get the 300, finishing the entire event. Not so many. Yeah, we're pretty close now. I mean, okay, we're like 3/4 of the way or so. Almost. I have played Hydra with a very shitty setup on like the early days of the season when I had like no gear. And I was blasting like, you know, 1 minute 70s, even 75s. With like definitely a bunch of multipliers missing. I could do probably faster than what I'm doing right now if I played Hydra with my current gear standard. It's actually our highest ranked build of the season overall on the tier list. Because it just works, and it's fast and very strong. And you don't need much for it. And it's easy to play on top. So you might be missing something kind of important if you feel like your Hydra build is very weak. New race, fresh 299, you start a new tune and first to 300. It's a funny race idea. I mean, they're trying to compare to Polarize, which is like, you know, one of the strongest builds in the game. It's like the second or third strongest build that hits very slow and very hard. And Hydra hits very fast. So maybe you should stop looking at the damage per hit, because you have like 50 times the amount of hits playing Hydra. And like Pulverize also just like pushes very high. It has like there's more raw damage than Hydra. So maybe you have to just detox a little bit from Druid standards and get a bit down to earth. What about the new PTR? That will be in 1 month. But it does sound like you're gonna get some news ahead of time at multiple occasions. At least Adam Fletcher posted something on X. Otherwise, it's basically Necro's Blood Wave. Yeah, with the difference that it actually does some damage. You would expect to be at least one-shotting level 70 pit monsters with Hydra? Yeah, absolutely. As I said, I'm pretty sure if I had my Hydra gear still, or I deleted it a while ago, I would probably be farming even faster than what I'm doing now in these 79s. So... Evening, Nymphola.
Go one more?
Use it well.
How much life is a good amount of life? That really depends on the build and class. Nice, Shabath. Could they have changed? Not yet. Soon TM. Change like the 3 skill tree 2.0. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want Diablo 3 skills again. We are expecting a more sophisticated system, not the, you know, very small trees that we have now. D3 goes in the opposite direction. D3 is like even similar. Elias Shade. Elias is actually one of the more dangerous pitch hitters, I guess. He does hurt. If we got more options. Well, yeah, you have the runes and they change builds, or like they change skills a little bit more than in D4. But it's still like an extremely simplified system, and the thing is that also like almost all of those choices just are completely irrelevant and no one ever used them, basically. In D3, yeah.
My hammer sings on your return.
Skill a branch from a skilled wake hashtag progress. Yeah, I mean, the thing is also, I guess, that as the game matures and gets older and stuff, I guess the focus slightly shifts from acquiring new players towards keeping old players. Right? So they can definitely make like entry level systems like the skill tree more sophisticated. Where currently they've been trying to, like, you know, keep it very simple so that people get onboarded into the game very easily. But as you know, people just kind of keep coming back to play seasons, and we don't have like a huge influx of like new players. Yeah, this is not such a problem anymore. And you can make the game like slowly more complicated and, you know, more rich. Hi, Max. gonna check my footage from early season Hydra. Let's see. I think I still have some. Okay, this was like day 2 or day 3 of the season. Here's some Hydra. Okay, I'm watching some PoE video. Any pits? Here's Undercity. Okay, here's Pit. Pit 73. And I think this was... didn't even... I had the starters here, but I think I had no Perdition or Shaco. I was still running Flicker Step. And I had 246 Paragon. My Glyph's probably somewhere at like 70 or so. So that's what it looked like. Yeah, I could definitely beat my Ball Lightning if I still had my Hydra build. This is a 73 in like the same pace that I'm doing with my Ball Lightning right now. With like a much more scuffed setup. Let's see the glyphs. Yeah, glyph is 73. Yeah. I'll definitely farm 79s. And at least the same pace that I'm doing now. Yo, good luck, Wax. Nice to have you participate in the event. Who else is gonna join the community event, guys? Friday. Gonna respec and theorycrafting soon. Nah, I'm done with Hydra. Played so much Hydra last season and a bit this season. There's not really anything to theorycraft. The build is very figured out.
shining beauty.
I don't know which class I will play in the event. We'll find out 1 hour before, when I start rolling the classes. It's gonna be random. But it's not gonna be Druid. Any Spiritborn poison build viable for fast T4 farming? Well, Balazan build, I guess, is a poison build. Stinger is a poison build. Stinger is very good. Like, it's basically similar to the Rake and Crushing Hand. The evade, weaving and stuff. I mean, there's Undial, Spiritborn. That's a thing, kind of. It's Touch of Death, but it's not really a T4 farmer. But it could do that.
this spirit? Give it a go. Basilisk ghost. Hello, shining beauty. Basilisk. Hello, shining beauty.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
It is done.
Barb can dodge, yes. You start removing all the defensive buffs and run around with only 10% life, eventually you can actually die on a Barb, turns out. Gotta try Heartseeker. I played a lot of Heartseeker in Season 9 actually. So I decided to skip it this season. My tips to not die in hardcore. Well, always respect your armor and rest caps. Make sure you have them. Roll a bit more life on your gear than normal, for example. It's mostly about it, to be honest. And okay, there's like certain like very dangerous mechanics that you need to be aware of, you know, like fire explosions, poison explosions, the layer boss mechanics, you know, make sure that you know what the bosses are doing. Same with the pit shadows. You might want to dodge them a bit more. Having an unstoppable, if you can, is really nice. Because if you're CC'd, you cannot scroll away. Gar nicht. Sounds rough by idea. Cliff at 100. Getting there.
Yeah, have a wee gamble. That's the spirit. Give it a go.
Is there no shoulders, braces, and belts in D4? Well, I guess it has mostly to do with the MTX and the transmogs in the shop. So I just decided to, you know, make these pieces for like transmogs, and that's it. So shoulders are just part of the chest, and belts are just part of the pants, and so on. So where to get the Razor Wings perk for your gear, or is it random drop? You mean the temper, or what? I mean, temper recipes, you can get them easily from bosses and whisper caches. Nice, the slide. I need 34 ranks in Ball Lightning. It's not mandatory, but if you don't have 34, then you will overpower only every second cast and not every cast. So that will probably mean minus a third damage, which is not such a big deal, I suppose, but you definitely want to get to 34. Plus the scaling per rank is extremely high for Sorcs this season, thanks to advanced techniques. Is it? Yeah. I don't have any triplicate masterworks, and as I said, it's 34. And you can also use Vex Rune. So he's actually 31 plus Vex. Yeah, Razorwing charges as a temper. Reiko, you need to temper that. Also just realized I was running one useless perk all the time. Can I do anything else actually? No, no, no. It's kind of funny actually, but you could do Mard Guard to just get like a lot of armor and the bear it in. Okay, Bear is kind of useless, but the maximum res. Not like we need it. Mana shield. Yeah, I mean, I guess this can occasionally give me faster teleports, as well as.
My hammer sings on your return.
I wonder if the auto-procced like chain lightnings and stuff from unstable actually get this benefit. But realistically, they're not doing any damage. Wait, why did I... Oh, we removed wild card, okay. I was like, why did I heal up? Buys a minimum 200 on a pack. I guess you can make lower, but the thing is that you're not really starting to farm Paragons until that point anyway, right? Okay, you need to set up your character, farm gear and whatever. And then at some point you think about, okay, how's the Paragon going? Oh, we almost leveled up again, actually. Holy. It's been kind of a blast today. This was fun so far. Just grinding the Paragons with ball lightning. Undo, Chronix. How's the ripping going? I mean, you're playing Sorc right now, not many rips to be expected. But on the Spiritborn, maybe. I just leveled actually. Just as I said it. And actually we want 1, 2, 3. There's like a lot of nodes here. You cannot use items from stash. Unless they are found during the event. So you want to empty your stash and then fill it up again. It was during blue items could help finding this emerald for the event. You can gamble that pretty easily. You just farm mobile cap, go to normal and gamble. He's actually sleeping right now on my foot. I can't move, Chronix. I'm stuck.
shine. Shame that.
Not a bad Vasily's ghost. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Well, you get points for pit clears and the bosses mostly in the event. But yeah, largely it's fun. Make the game hard and unforgiving. Detox from Season 10 powers and power creep. Get back to actually playing the game and enjoying it. Kinda like that. Is Pit 79 the best breakpoint for XP speed? Nope. It's a relatively arbitrary pit number. But a level 99 glyph can be upgraded with 8% chance at this tier. So if you just like slowly level all your glyphs, you always have an 8% chance at least. Which doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's just like... you just do that. If you can. You can just 12 farm 75, or 70, or 72, or whatever. So... and a lot of builds just kind of like naturally end up roughly at this tier, as a speed farming tier. What is this grand scheme? Not enjoying it now? I do enjoy the game. It has been a very fun season, for sure. But at some point I also like to, you know, actually fight enemies. You know? That would be fun too. Motor was here. What is the OP class right now? Yes. Spiritborn and Druids are slightly more OP than that.
Beware the envious, my friend.
I forge more than hot. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Why does it always like randomly change which currencies are displayed? Like where the fuck did these Citadel coins come from now? That my gold just vanished. It's kind of strange, man. Just chanting. Oops. This is ball lightning. Like, only see after 2 sometimes, or what? So maybe it's just us. $660 more runs till 300. Doesn't sound so bad actually, huh? We could do 100 on this guy, 100 on that guy, 100 on this guy.
Hello, Vasily's ghost.
Wrong implicit.
That's the spirit. Well, Vasily's ghost. Not a bad pull, that.
No, that I handle that.
Kinda strange. I'm always at 50% HP. It doesn't have move. But when I load in, I have this like red flashing screen for being low life, even though I'm not. I'm at 50. I guess like slightly red flashing, but then I press potion and the red flash goes away even though my health didn't move. It's kind of strange. Gotta remove Mard God again. Or is this just like MTX for our UI? I think you're missing that you selected the Chaos perk for cooldown for your basic skill. It's cozy. It's called Unstable Power, the blue one. I haven't noticed on the other builds. They have the red screen flashing, even at 50%. But yeah, it goes away when I press potion. Now it comes back when I TP, I think. No, interesting. On evade, you just perma evade at some point. The exception of casting Seeker every few seconds. On the other builds, like Crushing Hand, Stinger, Rake, and so on, you do like evade casts all the time. Decent abilities in Flicker Step. Yeah, Sorc builds that don't have a Shaco, they run Flicker Step. Chaos item though, not the normal. Hi, Cuba. Bit faster than Hydra. Nope. The song is A Vile World from Purdy Beta. Yeah, soul spot is actually pretty nice to deal with now. Walk in, bunch of stuff spawns, you finish. Kinda good. They did it. Why did you have to wait 2 weeks for that? Oh, where is it to see free passes? Not even, like, not even rerolled? Yeah, that is insanely rare. It's probably like a 1 in a million or something. Every Sorc build in the game has the same ability. Divine Death. They all go like this. And yeah, I would say Hydra is at least equal to this in terms of farming 79s. Potentially even faster. See, I have to like run into every single pack. And I can otherwise just cast a Hydra and run away. I think Hydra is slightly faster, like maybe a second or two on average or something. I have to get evade charges, so I have to get evade cooldown on boots. This is pretty much Maxroll lighting. We spent 4 billion and only evade crystals and don't have heavy-handed for a Barb amulet. Holy. $4 billion is quite unlucky, I gotta say. Are you sure you got it from the gift and not from the cache itself or end ramp? Could be that there's like a slight chance that you just get like a chaos item, but it's not like built in, I guess. It's just like, okay, whenever a unique drops, there's a chance that also a chaos item can drop. And so you just sometimes get a random chaos item anyway, I guess.
Is it well?
That's the spirit. Hello, shining. Well, hello, shining shame. Well, there's something special.
My hammer sings on your return. I forge more than I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. My hammer sings on your return.
You can get Mythics too. Yeah, I also got a Mythic from Whisper Cache that started the season actually. It's kind of nice that they threw in like a bunch of Mythic drops everywhere. I got 4 random Mythics and 2 from Mythic Chaos Rafts. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's how I do it. Yeah, the Chaos Whisper caches have like some pretty high chance to drop a Chaos item, like 50-50 or so. And I guess, you know, when you just randomly get loot, there's such a random small chance to get Chaos armor, so I guess you can also get it from the gift of the tree. But I've opened 30 of them and I got 0 from the gifts, so... And a bunch more since then as well, after that test, and I still have gotten 0, so... I guess it can happen, but it's not really a way of farming them. Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate this up.
All finished, are you? That's the spirit. Oh, hello. Not a bad basilisk. Hello, shame that. Well, hello, shining beauty. Shame that. Well, hello, shining beauty. Oh, not a bad pull, that.
See some steel, you know. What hammer sings on your return.
Horrible liar. Do you have any suggestion what I should put there? When you teleport, you feel like the actual animation is slower than mine. My latency right now is 92. Be also attack speed related. Not sure if the teleport animation is actually based on attack speed. Holy lag. What the fuck? We have Arclight enchantment. Okay, I need to get up for a minute. You want to run what? What is the best rune to pair it with? I mean, it depends on the build. Like how you generate your offering really depends on what you're doing. But for what? It's a very cheap one, so you can use a lot of things. For example, because spamming a core skill is a very good combo. I get it pretty reliably. Oh, Last Wolf, hello. How's it going? Loco Bato.
The wilderness is my home, but this will do.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
we kind of have to stop slacking. So a few more pit runs, and then when my potions run out, we're gonna go Spiritborn finally. But we found over 2 levels today. Yoo-hoo! In what? 6.5 hours-ish? That kinda checks out. 3 hours per level. Did a bit of other stuff. I didn't play Flash Banana. But it's really good. But I didn't want to make another Druid build now. We almost leveled 4 glyphs to 100 actually on the stock. It's like 2 hours per glyph. Farming 79s. It's never been this strong. As in this season, you mean? Yeah, this season is very strong. Many builds on.
Hello, shining.
Not a bad Vassal's shame. Well, hello, Vassal's ghost. I had all finished, are you? What's still got some good in it?
He has Knightwood. Only Unique is banned. He mostly wanted to get rid of mana shield somehow. And I said, okay, fuck it, just like get rid of the Unique altogether. And we also don't have to force people to do weird shit with like Beast Cornered and whatever. So I think that's an upside. I just like farming 79 right now. That's like a pretty good tier for me. You generally don't want to go slow when you farm pits, you want to go fast. Speed is everything. Should make a Beast Cornered healing Sorc. You have Warmth actually, you can heal that. And you have a lot, like a hit I guess, you can do like a hit chance to heal shenanigans. I don't know what you mean, Trisk heal. How to make a dash ICD go faster. I heard there's like some bug where sometimes dash just goes slower for some reason. I'm not sure why though. And apparently it fixes it when you zone back and forth a few times. So it happens when you go from pit level 1 to pit level 2 sometimes. And you can go through the portal and then it fixes itself or something. Kinda weird. Best source of white crystals is legions. And material reserve dungeons. I should try those. The boss was not vulnerable until the very end. What the hell? Not a single lightning spear proc. Funny. There's a lot of attack speed built into the build, Josh. The offhand itself gives you like 50%. And then have a little bit from starters and the potion. And that's pretty much it. There's also the chance to cast twice, I think. Is it better to craft them or try to obtain as loot from mythic items? Well, this season, it's very easy to get sparks. It costs 50 million per pop to craft it at the blacksmith. Or use the runes at the jeweler, which doesn't have the gold cost, but you have to get the runes, which are even more costly. But yeah, I can farm a spark in roughly 40 minutes. So a mythic every like 1.5 hours. If you do the season reputation grind with Chaos Rifts. You can get a lot of mythics this season if you want. Let's get into the spiderlings, man, trying to get the last percent. What's going on? It's not enough. These spiderlings give nothing. Oh, without my hand hurting. I just hold right click. I just spam it like this. And then I scroll to false move. Yeah, it takes like around 40 minutes if you're fast to get one season reputation board on a fresh character with the scrolls. Okay, I guess this is the last run here. Then we go Spiritborn. Okay, we're some good progress so far. Maybe we're gonna get one more level up before the end of the night. You probably have to take the Harlequin, right? Or the Spiritborn. No. Let's make sure I don't lose the Harlequin. But let's make a Spiritborn pretty tanky to run this.
All finished, are you? Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
It all needs to be level 2. You have to do the first quest. Get some parents. Okay. Let's start with some Stinger. Rod, Sepper, Harmony, Hesher. Okay. 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 You probably quit that thing. Maybe this thing too. Which build did I just take this from, actually? Slaying Strike. This was the Barb. Or is it the Rogue? No, it's the Rogue stuff, actually, for dance. You're not gonna dance anymore anyway, right? So I think we're good. Maybe I'll leave it there for a little bit. I think I still want to record a little bit of footage of it. Okay. Yeah, Chaos Word, so we did. And then do the season wrap on a fresh character with the scrolls. Okay, so basically you have to make a ring and maybe a neck. You know that. I don't think I have a Thunder Spike size neck yet and stuff. This one is big. This one is very big. We want unyielding for this, I think. There's adaptability, unyielding, redirected. Okay. So this is our biggest neck here. I think on Rake they're actually not running unyielding anyway because they run the Rake aspect. So we don't go for the armor. That's fine. So it's going for the resource, Thunder Spike, armor. Unrelenting, redirected, okay. It's going for Shroud. No harmony, and he has fists. Okay. Okay, what's our Paragon? Viscous, Convergence, Slapping, Revealing. I think we have exactly that, right? So we basically just change the gloves. Well, that was pretty simple. Oh, I have to check if Auspicious actually works now with Beast Cornered. Maybe they changed it to now work. Because previously it was always taken from the barrier. But it might actually be okay now. If we have Death Trap, then we also have a Poison Trap build. We do have Poison Trap build actually. Dance of Knives is basically a Poison Trap build. I mean, there was also like a pure Poison Trap build in the previous season. You can still do that. But Dance of Knives just kind of does it better, I guess, by proccing it. I'm gonna try out Stinger, don't want to do the Eagle Hall evading stuff. Yeah, I also made the Stinger build into evading though. Okay, let's remove Gorilla. Hmm. 5,000 barrier. But maybe it's just like chilling there. Okay. Oh, it works. Log in. Okay. Barrier goes up. Alright, GG. That is nice. So we're definitely gonna put Auspicious back, I think. Okay, we remove this. We keep that. We keep this. Do combined strikes. So fucking flashy this build, man. Look at this shit. Holy. Oof. What's this, man? Okay, so... I might actually take the lucky hit chance to make Vuln ring, although we already apply Vuln, but only if we're healthy and we're never healthy. So we could do this for a big single target damage. Previously I tried to make the setup so we're out heal it and get enough healing, but we don't really care about that anymore. Let's go and do some quick feedback. I wanna see these animations maybe adjusted a bit. So what if we just do this? That's a yikes for the resources. Okay. I just realized actually, thanks to the evade feathers, we actually get giga resources. So the primary hall could actually be a way to like make this like consistent. Since you have harmony anyway, we get the gorilla tag anyway if you do this. And that gives you have Cabaleka every single time. It's kind of funny that Furnace Break does not go on cooldown with Unstable Power. Yeah, maybe the trick is to just do Primary Eagle Horn, because if I swap these... we don't heal enough. We don't get it back every time. You have to protect anyway for barrier. Like even the auspicious alone gives me full barrier right now. Well, not exactly alone. That's not that far off. We lose the 20% multi. Gain this point at least. Do we care about our height? I guess we need to resolve on it. And Ramager. So I did not put the points in armored height. I kind of want to get a one-on-one here. Yeah, we have 3 points in initiative, which we won't need at all. I kind of want to keep the auspicious, at least for farming. We need to get to replenishing. It's fine, I guess. I saw this ding ding. I'm gonna try both ways actually. Gorilla Eagle and Eagle Gorilla. Alright. Need a ring. How's my resources? My rest doing? Oof. My rest is oof. Alright. It's very oof actually when you ask me. We don't need to like a hit like a hit vulnerable, we need like a hit res or something. So something like this we can do. Sorc is not dead. Hi Sophie, by the way. Was ist das? Why Shadow Threat doesn't use the pants anymore? Because the damage buff is small and Aftermath is dead. And so there's not much to gain from the pants anymore. And this is the season of Chaos Armors. There's a lot of stuff to get from pants. Road Disciple, Hesha, Harmony. Barb is dead, right? So that was your grandfather, the saber, this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. We keep that. Maybe keep the grandfather as well, just in case. My god.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Use it well.
23 resists away. What? Okay, we can still roll. I think I need a GA though. This is too much. Yeah. Let's move the socket before I forget where it is.
Finest jewels inside.
Okay, so it seems like once you masterwork this thing up, it'll be pretty good. $8,000 life. We have a GA life, already masterworked to 12 here. This has life. Oh my god, why do I have so low life? And that's insane actually. Feels fucking bad, man. Okay. Kleiner has 6.75 seconds cooldown. HCSSF has ultimate cooldown. This has 39 and this has 54. So we're almost at cooldown cap for the ultimate anyway. I don't think we're gonna temper the gorilla cooldown actually for this. I might just do resource. It's a lot of damage.
Horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Like even like this we have nearly perma protector without any wildfire procs. We should be chilling, I think. We can only get one more second. How many ranks is this? 20 ranks? This is 18 ranks. Yeah, it's fine, I would say.
What colour and brilliance.
I think Sem Lam is not required in the setup at all. We have Neo Q, we can do Sem Q, big barriers. And then what? Maybe a mod to be a little bit safer. I mean, realistically, probably Quack's angle. But let's start with mods for now. I wonder if it saves up the overflow. So it's 200 out of 150. I want to see this. If I ever get like 2 at once. Or if it just like deletes the overflow. I can check what was the previous song. No, we just get one dark shot every 2 seconds and that's it. Oh, interesting. I don't even trigger it with Igni, because my core is a basic now. Kind of funny. Theo, lul. Boom, 5 shadows. Every 10 seconds. Oh, mega lol. Okay. Target is Pock. Even on single target. It's very easy to get the cooldowns back. Wildfire actually eats into the cooldown of Stinger a little bit. But okay, doesn't really matter. You get the goal back very consistently. I should actually try to trigger Ravager on single target with my intricacy. Okay. How did I farm so many runes? I must be playing the game. I'm doing some boss layers here and there. Okay, so we do not need resource generation. We do not need protector cooldown. 1 second, guys. Oh. Hello. Resist airing is like mandatory for Spiritborn. If you play it right here, it's fine, I'd say. We don't have to play with Mariana.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I mean, there's like defensive cooldown, but you have counterattack and armored. Nah, it's fine. We don't really have to press armored high that often. It's 4 resolve every 5 seconds. So we just go resource cost reduction and crit ort. Actually, overpower. We're doing overpower shenanigans here. And here, on the spike resource. We could also do resilient, which is 1.5%. So I get 3 ranks, that's 4.5% times 2. We have 2 gorilla skills. With crashing and even 3 gorilla skills on the bar. So that's all alive. And some barrier gen. Where the hell is Thunderspike's size? Utility, I guess. I would say YOLO. Because I can get a lot of defense by running a mod rune. I cannot get a lot of offense by running an offensive rune. So I cannot get a lot of defense by tempering, but I can get a lot of offense by tempering. Resource cost reduction. Okay, let's try to make us a bigger Thunder Spike. 41 can be bigger. This is minimum. Come on. Don't disappoint me. Uh-oh. 41 is exactly what you had. I don't want to hit a resource. That is fine-ish. I do not want to hit a resource. Oh my god. Can we get to 3.33k armor? I mean, with armor instance, yes. But I kind of want to use life instance. We don't have a lot of flat life rolls. We have like only one here and here, and that's it. So I think this is a flat life roll angle. Which means you want Thunder Spike or the passive or Dex. Thunder Spike size is fine. Oh my fucking god. 2.5k exactly, okay. So I'm missing a lot of fire rest. The rest is fine for some reason. Lightning, cold, poison, shadow. This is cold. Why is my shadow so high? Here's shadow. Okay, so we're missing fire and shadow anyway. So we kind of want to hit the res. For some reason the reset didn't go through. Actually, do we roll Dex or do we roll resource on the ring? I think Dex, but it might be close. You wish the peasant swarms are worth using? I mean, they are. The Stinger guide I used to have until now was actually based on peasant swarms. For this season I removed it, and I put the evade stuff instead. But the starter variant and so on is still peasant swarms, so you can kind of just keep going with that. It's a solid build. I've played a lot of Stinger with the swarms since the expansion launch. Okay, maybe this is fine, but I need to get a little bit of rest somewhere. I guess resource is not terrible. Maybe it's even the best. We do have adaptability, right? Question is adaptability better than redirected on the neck? We do unyielding here. What is the average on the polearm again? I forgot the number. I know for the quarter stuff it's 542. Here it's 662. Okay, I need to remember that number. So unyielding has quite a lot less value on a polearm. Like on a quarterstaff, it's a 3.76 multiplier, and on a polearm it's for 3.26. But still quite a lot of damage. For just having 2.5k armor. Now what about the resources? Maybe I'll just keep the resource roll. We don't go potent. Potent will probably still be preferable for like bosses and stuff. But this is probably better for like most users. How much does 20 resources do? Big mouse. Caprica is now 0.9. Two, yeah. And, well, adaptability. It's literally the same multiplier on the neck. Oh, Megadol. It's the same number. Okay. It's just to the power of 2. And there's actually not such a big gap here. So it's like 11 or 12%, which is like okay, which is like kind of the equivalent of typical passives, but not potent. Potent would still be better, I think. And then there's the other, actually I forgot one thing. We have resource cost reduction, so we have 19.7, 13. Yeah, we need to recalculate the Caprica actually. So we have 222 divided by 0.803 divided by 0.869 divided by 0.855. Okay, so this is our real resource. Times 0.9 plus 100 divided by 100. So here we go. Okay, let's remove this and this. This was a 2-2-2. Okay. So now we have 2-4-2 and we do the same thing. Resource cost reduction increases, like it fakes a larger resource pool for Capeleke, so this is what we are calculating. Okay, here you go. Now adaptability. Here. Here. All right. Times 2998. What the fuck? Okay. Times 3176 divided by 1307. Okay, so it's a 23% gain actually. So resource is pretty good. But only if adaptability on a neck. Question is, do we do the same calculation now when we have redirected on a neck? Redirected on a neck. We should generally get a block every 10 seconds, I think. So redirected on a neck is a 105 times 2, 3.1 multi here. And otherwise the 2.4 multi. Which is a 30% gain. How much do we lose from having adaptability on the ring? 0.6 times 2, 242. 0.6. We can just calculate the difference in this multiplier actually. 28%. 29%. So it barely changes anything. So the okay, that is hilarious actually. It's the same number. Almost exactly. So redirected force on a neck is a 29% increase over not on a neck. If we have the redirected double bonus, which is not necessarily 100% of the time active, because when you're speed farming, we are kind of just like one-shotting shit without blocking self-ins. And some bosses might be too slow to hit us, or we dodge occasionally when we press counterattack or randomly. So it's not guaranteed we have the redirected force buff. Okay, so the TLDR is adaptability on the neck, resource on the neck, and it's actually okay. And we don't have to roll for a passive. Resource is very easy to get.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Before we get like 2 depotent now. If I get 2 depotent, I kinda have to get test 20 resource again. So I get like a few more maybe. But maybe it's fine. Okay. So you can run the life instance, not the armor. Just out of curiosity, how much is the armor? 3.1, so we're almost there. If we had like one hit on the armor, we could do unyielding neck, but you don't really want to do unyielding neck anyway. But you could do unyielding neck, adaptability here, redirected here. We should probably squeeze out another pit here. But I kinda like a bit of life. Also, I kind of forgot about the resource pot. I just realized resource pot is actually kind of big. Which means it puts us even more in favor of adaptability in neck. Do we care about potion? Let's just do this.
An exquisite concoction.
Help me finish the Vistar quest. What is that Vistar quest? Already got billions of gold. I saw runes and some stuff. And some Belial mods, but otherwise this here as well. Okay, so we have to masterwork. 1, 2 items. We have Stinger, extra hit, and core skill hit twice. So you want to hit the basic skill and deal double damage. Actually, I don't think we want to hit it after all. Because of this. No, it says combine both attacks and roll the same. So you get a double hit. And you can do the double damage. Alright. So in that case you want to get a double damage here. So I get at least a double. Ended a giveaway last minute and won. Nice, what did he win? Dude, basic like a hit chance, seriously. Okay, core skills hit twice. So how much do we have? We have like 90. Probably have to get at least a hit or two even. It's also maximum reasons on this thing. Can we find a build? There's a stinger up on Maxroll. But I'm cooking a little bit. Blech. Do I reset this? I mean, realistically, yes, alright. Crushing Hand, extra hit. Rake, extra hit. Well, this is 56. Actually, since we mostly came out of Rake. The old one. Okay. Let's just do that then. We have a bit too much for this It's like 105, 106 or something, whatever. Okay. So we're 10k life, effectively 5k life, a lot of barrier, multi-rune. It should be okay. We have a lot of healing. I think Oriana is somewhat useless.
Thanks.
A lot of resource cost reduction. How much is this in total? And none. Something like this, and something like this. We have like 44% resource cost reduction. So Crazy Brew wouldn't help us that much. And at some point we run out of potions, I guess. Or potion cooldown would be kind of short. But the only thing we could remove is this. And the only way to remove it is to use Banished Lords. And Banished Lords is just weaker than Harmony. And doesn't have DR, but it has life. So I think we're fine. And with Harmony we also can't do Eagle Gorilla, we'd have to do Gorilla Eagle. Like this we're fine. Hi Mark. Oh, yeah, one of the next battle pass, yeah, got shop off. Do you know of the crafting and combat changes coming next season? Maybe. Okay, I think we're ready, guys. Let's load up a 90. There's a Stinger. Oh shit, I have the numbers on. I don't see anything. Okay, we're absolutely one-tapping. Almost a trillion there. Nice. We're cruising for these 90s. I'm gonna save this build. I have a full Maxroll guide on this. On Maxroll since the season start. But I'm like slightly tweaking some stuff right now. Okay, that was easy enough. Also, all my glyphs are 91, so let's just level the glyphs with us a little bit. And play. The MTX is the Kerrigan skin from the StarCraft collab. which you can win in our hardcore SSF event starting this Friday. Changes on skill for season 11, maybe. Although I would not necessarily expect it. It's also not what Adam mentioned, so far at least. Melon? Dude, these black screens, man. Are they that long for you guys too? Between level transitions? It's insane. We actually won't having elites here. Sometimes like a trillion hit.
Have a wee gamble.
What's still got some good in it?
Hello, shining shame that. Hello. Well, there's some.
Any chance I'll run any regular boots on any of those builds? No, right. We're playing Spiritborn. We only want chaos.
Hello. Hello, Vassili's ghost. Well, hello. Shame that. Hello, shining beauty. Well, hello. Hello. Not a bad goal. Well, hello, shining beauty.
All finished, are you?
Who knows how many 2 in 3JAs I'm gonna salvage here. What is better, Orphan build or Death Trap? Orphan build is for pushing. Death Trap is very good across the board, but almost impossible to assemble for most people. But Ava has like some easier to set up version that kind of works. So guide, they can check that out. Seems like invading overrides my right click. So I actually have to time when I do my hits. Can't just hold down, right click and start evading. Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting skill element here. You have to like try to time your hits between the evades. Can you spam it, I wonder? What if I spam it? I guess I can fight on the boss because everything just dies one shot here. Oh, how it goes up 2 minutes actually, even though I one-shot everything. Which is interesting considering the evade movement. Though AoE is not small. And it seems like spamming right click also does not help. I mean, our builds are only gonna get stronger from here, right? So let's just level the glyphs I'm currently wearing. And the others, we can level the other builds in most case.
What's still got some good in it?
One thing I want to change is Poc mod. I'm gonna do Neo mod. We're actually not proccing Poc enough. But this will basically proc just by default every 2 seconds. So you can lose a dark shot every 1.5 seconds and it's procs one every 2 seconds. So if I constantly take damage, it's a bit of a loss. But we're not really constantly attacking right now. Death Trap or Heartseeker in terms of power? Heartseeker. Heartseeker has done a kind of 22 or something. Oh, that's it. Heartseeker plus False One, I guess. It's like a dual build. Funny, man, when the monkey smashes and in exactly the same moment I hit and it looks like the monkey just kills everything. I love it. Everything was fine. If you order 5. Didn't have like a big flooding or something. Hi Jack, by the way. Not sure if I actually even need the Bulwark rune. Could we do like Sem and Quacks or something? But it's actually very nice and smooth with the guaranteed Caballeca procs every time. I think I'm gonna try one thing, which is on this and this, and see what happens. Got a lift here for a little bit. Okay. We also have a lot of healing now, which means we have more value from Beast Corner because they're constantly at 10%. This is another thing to consider actually. We don't actually heal at all now. Definitely want to move Ariana. If we move Ariana, we can go right here. We have a lot of res on right here. We don't need this GA. All res and masterwork it, we can do other stuff. Problem is, like, with Vital Strikes we still heal a lot. I think I have to go to a higher tier to really feel the difference. Power changes here. I think our speed farming Eagle Gorilla might just be better than Gorilla Eagle though. Because you have the barrier anyway from Auspicious and the Monkey. And we always get the guaranteed Caballeca trigger, and here we don't always have the guaranteed Caballeca. Sometimes I miss it. Is this event good? You get a random cash and turning in. Yeah, it's basically just like a random cash again. It's pretty nice. Whispers were already really good, and well, now they're twice as good basically. Definitely worth to find some Whispers now when you see them. So only 3. I think it's another small advantage, which is that we leave enemies vulnerable before our swing sometimes. A little bit more reliably with the feathers, I think. Which is kind of nice. I don't understand, Queenie, what? Get off the PGA. Okay. The Vanillion guy. Did I lose my barrier there from damage or did it time out? That was a bit sus there. Because Auspicious was not really stacked yet and neither was my Dark Shrouds. Need to check that. We're not killing the Spiritborn now. Don't almost say. For now we have a bunch of build testing to do, and okay, I might do like a push until death once we are done with like build testing, but we have a bunch of stuff to try, so I want to do a bit of Stinger now, then Crushing Hand. We have Payback on the menu, and then probably Rake is like the final one. Because that seems to be the strongest, and I'm not sure if Payback is going to overtake it or not now. Rake is pretty far up now. 140 at this point. 140 is kind of insane. How about DS works like Sever but with Rake size? Great idea, man. That's exactly how I imagine a Barb to function. Okay, I want to see what happened there at the start of this run. Okay, so we have like 20% barrier, 80% barrier, 180. So what have happened here? Did it just time out? So I think my gorilla first of all is ogre. Yeah, so my gorilla was done. And I think at the same time my bulwark didn't trigger again. Yeah, I think my bulwark just turned off there actually. This was not damage. Because everything dropped at once and I actually didn't have any damage on me really. It doesn't even look like I got hit. Because it was before the terror zone went off. It just timed out. Okay. Okay, I think it's fine. I just wanted to see like how much damage I'm taking. It's very hard to say like, you know, how much survivability do I have? Like every build I play, I have no idea. So I have to try to find like the little bits and pieces of information to understand what I can tank, which is very scuffed, I have to say. Because this number doesn't mean shit. In this day and age. Wait a minute, do we actually care about pressing Armored Hide at all? We have 100% block, right? We have Keppe, Seppa Sonntag, and the passive. So we actually don't have to press Armored Hide for anything. With perma installable. Just if we get hit a lot, then we can press that to get a resolve back. We get a resolve back every 5 seconds anyway. So I mean, who the fuck cares? So the only thing I really have to press is Ravager. And then counter attack we can press sometimes if you want. The Green Explosion is Stinger. That's my main ability here. Oh, you're kind of flying. You can probably go all the way to like 2-minute hundreds or something. Like this is not even finished yet, and there's some other optimizations you can do for sure. What time with Touch of Death you thought it was supposed to be strong? Yeah, it is strong, it's just that everyone is playing the banner builds and not Touch of Death. So you don't see it, it's kind of invisible basically as a result. Everyone just like jumped on the rig wagon basically. Wait, did I kill that guy? I just realized I probably want to hold down shift and right click at the same time all the time. To make sure I actually cast Stinger in place and not accidentally aim at an elite and then it's not in range. So that seems to be better actually. So hold down, right click and force attack at all times. Everything's upgraded.
wee gamble. Oh, well, hello, Vasterly, not a bad. Hello, shining. Well, too bad, friend.
See some steel you need?
Shame that. Hello, shining.
Not a bad pull, that.
Hello, shining. Well,
Getting those aspects. Holy.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
So much fun to just like cast the gorilla into a pack and then kapow. This is Stinger build for Maxroll Connor. But I'm cooking it a little bit right now. It's not 100% the same setup right now. But almost. No frozen soul. We need a bug on hardcore. Or is that softcore? Yeah, 2 minute 96. I think it might go up to like 2 minute 99 or 2 minute 100 anyway. Pretty good. Huge glaive. Now, if anyone wanted glaives in this game. You try a Epoch. Sam and sorry, Quax. Sam and Quax combo maybe. For big extra damage. It should be fine. Kind of funny how I just like killed the champions and the super elite with one cast because of the extra hits, because it exploded like, you know, these like it's like 2 explosions basically that happen. So one killed the champion and then the other killed the elite. Kind of cool. So now the Barb is dead, all the safe gear I had for it is useless. Didn't have any safe gear. I mean, I had my old build, the shout whirlwind thing, but I just double shot now. Is it worth the glyphs, or is it how far can you go in the pit thing? Now the thing is that if you can level the glyphs high easily, it means that you already destroy everything in the game. That is not the pit, right? So if you get farm, I don't know, pit 70, then everything in T4 is trivial, including the bosses. You just kill them instantly, right? So realistically, it only matters for the pit. But practically, the more damage you have, the more you can YOLO on putting speed and quality of life into your build to make T4 even more convenient. The glyphs are free real estate. They're easy to get. They cap out pretty early. they cost nothing, right? You just blast some bits and there you go. Especially if you can like speedrun, you know, up into the 90s or something. Takes no time at all to level those glyphs. On the good builds, basically. Even if you can't speedrun 90s, you can do speedrun 80s or even 70s, that's fine. You can like spend a few hours per glyph and you boom at 100. They're going very smooth. The kill counter is from Mariana. Yeah, I agree, Kalakam. There's a lot of like, you know, juicing mechanics that we need in this game that they still haven't introduced, unfortunately, but maybe soon TM. Okay, stuff's getting a little bit tanky now. I can't just like one-tap elites anymore and stuff. Moin. A green cloud. That's my main attack. Stinger.
Finished, are you? Better than starting from nothing.
Okay, let's see what happens when I put in a Quacks. Here we'll pocket every 4 seconds. Here every 4 evades. Actually, it's 75 per evade. It'd be every 6 evades, which would be relatively close to this. The question is, are we getting more value when we do POC and Quacks? If I remember correctly, there was something about POC and Quacks that was not working well. So I think I might do this for now. What is he running? POC Ohm SemQ. Well, you'd have to go on cooldown sometimes, because you probably sometimes don't restore 50 energy. And then you don't spend 150 energy, and then you don't double proc preparation. Eva told me that there's something going on that's weird with the new Beast Cornered. I'm not sure what's the solution though, I should probably ask Eva or check the Maxroll guide. Yeah, these are all 100% upgrades actually. Kinda nice. Let's just jump a few tiers here. Let's go like 105 and see how 105 goes. And then we can probably try a few things there. Yo. Aaron, Action, RPG with the raid. Hello. Thank you, man. How you doing, man? Hope you had a good stream. What are you up to? How's the 4 going? Yeah, season is very good. I just like start blasting a bit on a Spiritborn here, cooking a bit. What are you up to? Last Epoch and Blade Dancer. Okay. That's great. I love Blade Dancer. Yeah, I want to try some more Last Epoch Season 3 as well. I've barely had time to play it. But I'm not sure when, so probably sometime in November or so. Because we're gonna have this now, and then PoE coming up, Torchlight coming up. So yeah, we'll see. But I definitely want to like log in at some point again as well. Make time, we make time for Diablo. We'll see. Yeah, November seems relatively empty right now. Anyway, so I might look into it later. Okay, boss fights slowly get longer. We do have 3 impotent, right? Yeah. Thief Boy, so once a good season. Yes, it's a very good season actually. What are the green bubbles? That's a stinger, that's the main attack that I'm using. Anyone else have a BF6? It looks like a pretty good release. But last time I really played Battlefield was like Battlefield 2, I think. But it definitely gives me Battlefield 2 vibes, looking at some of the footage. Let's try 110.
much more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I'm definitely gonna notice that stuff is tanky though. I'd like to know if these corners are completely dynamic. So when I heal up during my attack animation, will I do less damage? Or does it snapshot on attack on the use? If I had to guess, it's probably dynamic. It's gonna be interesting to like swap my spirit horse and see what happens. Stinger's more tanky than Rake. They're equal. They have exactly the same setup basically. I can make it pretty tanky by just putting in the Mortal Rune. I have Quacks right now. It's not giving me that much in this setup. It's like a 1 pit tier buff, but if Morty can be quite tanky. Or even Exile if you want. Battlefield has over 2 million pre-orders. That is quite a lot. Where else can I get Battlefield besides Steam? I mean, Steam is the biggest platform anyway, right? For like games, I guess. So the Steam pre-orders matter the most. Okay, 4-minute boss spawn on 110. Not the worst. We actually have plus 40% damage on the boss with the Stinger buff. So boss damage actually shouldn't feel terrible, I think. It's like a 2-minute boss fight, 4-minute spawn, 2-minute fight. Relatively long, I guess. I think I could face tank pretty much everything. I'm not sure, so... Maybe I could even face tank the little wave. Okay. So it was like 6.5 or something. I'm not sure, I didn't check the time at the end. So let's swap this and see what happens. That's a V. The hack. Uh-oh. Well, no allies this time. 3-2 brilliance. Holy. Ugh.
All finished, are you? See some steel you need?
Let's just start as a hard turn again, I guess. So we have more barriers now, we have 20% more golden damage. But the thing is we don't always have one. So it's not such a big deal. We lose 2 resolve stacks, which is like a minor loss. We don't have this anyway. And how's the unstoppable? While it's nearby, you are unstoppable. Okay, so we should be fine with unstoppable. But I'd like to have 1 point in it, so just something goes wrong. And we also have armored height to press, actually. We should be fine on unstoppable. Because I basically never press armored height anyway, so it's just a backup unstoppable anyway. Where do you find Infernal Compass? In hordes mostly. Okay, it immediately feels worse, I gotta say, what I'm doing here. Which is not exactly surprising. Holy. It does feel a lot worse though. It takes so long to fill the Cappadocia resource now. I have to get it like every second or third attack now, instead of every attack. Look how long it takes to kill this guy. Instead of 4-minute spawn, it's gonna be like 7-minute spawn. And boss fight is gonna be horrible. Because in AoE, it's actually okay. But in single target, I'm fucked. I think this is the way, actually. I might just do a Eagle main hall. And that kind of solves resources under all circumstances. No matter what. I don't need any midnight sun rings. Or any bullshit. Oh, it won't work for payback because that's not an evade build. Yeah, density is fine, but then single target is like really bad. So the boss fight will be horrible, I think. And I think even fishing for Sea Hack or Frost Caller, Spirit Caller, is not gonna solve it. And even like a, I don't know, GA vulnerable proc ring, it's not gonna solve it. But the Eagle Hall just solves it. And we can do the same thing on Crushing Hand and on Rake, just not on Quill. And on Quill we don't do that anyway, so we're kinda chilling. And last time we had almost spawned the boss now. I was like 2 minutes against Sea Hack. Sea Hack probably being one of the better bosses. Well, not for the previous setup, but for this setup I think it would be one of the better bosses. Let's see what we get. Okay, we're like 1.5 minutes slower almost. We have a comparable boss to Sea Hack, I guess. We have Elias, which is a bit yikes. Also, there's another yikes, it's just the projectors are slowed down from Elias. So when I press counter attack, it's not necessarily enough to do it once. Okay, single target is definitely slower. I'm gonna try this on Rake as well. I don't think people are doing this. It should be the same there. It's the same setup as the Rake, basically. This is already almost 1.5 minutes. Previously, Sea Hack was almost dead by then. I'm sure people will one-shot me. Don't really want to try. I don't think he will one-shot me. You're too far away from the center, I don't see when other spawns. Kinda scuffed. Okay, so we killed him at 6, and we entered at, what, 9.5? So 3.5 minutes, almost double. Now the thing is, if I have this set up, is there like any other better way to solve this with resources? That would be Midnight Sun. That would be removing quacks and go home. I can try that. Five years and 6 months. Nice, synergy. Congrats to Wark for the Chaka dude.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I think what I have in my guide is Sem and Lam. And then Neo and Q. Yes. As well as I never rolled a swing. Oops. This should not be attack speed, actually. Oopsie. But maybe we get lucky with a wall roll. Let me just see what happens. Sworn World definitely helps. Can feel it. This is roughly the same pace that we had earlier before I swapped the Spirit Halls. But remember, we could have had a dex roll, which also would have helped us a bit more there. So this, what is that, 6.5 minute run? Could have probably been like a 6:15. Boss fight 1.5 minutes. Would be still very fast. Ready for our stream when? Not anytime soon. We did 2 30 hours for the season start already. Yeah, for playing the spin to win the shouts there, that was very fun. I had a ton of fun with the Barb. Played it for like 30 hours or something. That was good. Okay, 5 minutes spawn, we're getting closer. Still not the same. Boss is way better though, it appears. Crazy what the difference this makes on a boss. Okay. Like more optimized, this is gonna definitely push towards 120. But I still kind of tend to just roll decks here and ignore that the Vulnerable Gate exists. Because as long as we have the barrier from evading, which is a very good investment, and the Gorilla, we will be at 100% barrier. We also have Auspicious on top of it. We have a lot of barrier. And I kind of like this. This just feels so smooth. Let's compare a little bit. So when did I start doing 110s? He was 105. The 105 was 3 minutes. Pretty good. And then the 110, this was the setup that I switched to station. This was 4 minutes spawn, or 4:15. And then 1, 2, boss already dead. Yeah, like 150 boss roughly. C hack. Which is not really optimal, but it's okay. So then we had to set up with Gorilla Eagle and no Vuln on the ring. We spawned at 5:25, so 1 minute. 1 minute 20 later, spawn. 1, 2, 3. And this was a 3.5 minute fight. So the boss fight was twice as long on a comparable boss. And a slower spawn. And now we have the vulnerable ring. The boss spawn is 5 minutes exactly. So a bit later than on the first run. The boss was really fast though. Maybe Chief Marauder is just kind of a good boss compared to the other two. This was a 1.5 minute boss. Okay, so it's kind of comparable as well to what we just did previously. And my potion ran out in the last 10 seconds. But I guess that doesn't matter much. Actually, 1, 2, last 15 seconds.
Hello. Greetings.
So it's the same setup. Pog Ohm, SemQ. And he doesn't put the vulnerable on the ring. And without the vulnerable on the ring, I think there's basically no chance that Gorilla Eagle can beat Eagle Gorilla. Can't do Mart Guard, so we can't do Beast Corner, so I have to go Browns over Brains. Which means less barrier generation. So that's like a big downside. You have less barrier gen. We can put an Amethyst. Or 2 or 3. And then we still have Auspicious. They also have Concussive Stomp in there. For no reason whatsoever, actually. It's just for Resilient. There's not even the barrier thing. Didn't even put a point. Like, I removed the points on how tight and put them into Concussive, then at least can get more barrier. Knocks him down for 9.16 seconds. Oh my god. You can only see elites for 5 seconds before they become unstoppable. It's kind of funny. That's a long knockdown. Yes, Shark Eagle. And he has the Vuln. I feel like this skill bar is just way better than this rake skill bar. Is that actually what people push with? They have Scourge, and there's no concussive stomp. So it's a mix. Dude, I hate playing with Scourge, man. It's just such a feels bad man thing. But I guess for Rake with the back off, it might actually make sense to fear them away. Like, maybe even want that. So for Rake, I can kind of understand. He's also doing Eagle, Gorilla Eagle. What are his runes? Pork, Quarks, Samquare. This is exactly what I have. Wait, did he put one? Wait, can we see it rolls here? Yeah. Dex, resource, res. So he's not going for starters. Really? He's a fist. Instead of Shaco. I guess they don't need the cooldown that badly when they play Rake, because you get the cooldown from Rake itself. That kind of makes sense. But the no starters is very sus, I gotta say. Just to get redirected force?
You welcome me when no one else would.
So this damage is fine. You got 75 RCR without starters. But how? Okay, if I get like GA, masterworked, resource, and then I can resource here, resource there, I guess you probably get to the point where you get 75 RCR. And then, yeah, okay, if you have that much RCR, then the starters is not that worth it anymore. So I can see that. But I guess either way, starters versus a normal ring, you also get a res. But if you go brawn, you don't need a res. So there's that. Which means you get the res and then you can put skulls, which means you have more value from your unyielding. So I can kind of see how redirected beats. I guess redirected beats it when it's up and it is worse when it's down. The question is how often is redirected up versus down? And by how much does it beat it? You could like math that out. But I think starters versus redirected ring is probably relatively close anyway. So let's just keep that for now. The main thing is we don't need the Harlequin, so we can go Fist. And with Fist we have the Lucky Hit Vuln. and a lot of like a hit chance. So that is kind of big. So that makes sense on Rake. And suddenly Rake has an extra big item. It has the back off. It has the Vuln procs, and lots of them. And suddenly you don't need the Eagle main hall anymore. And now it all makes sense, actually. Have you tried this, Sanitizer? Have you done Eagle Gorilla instead of... or Eagle Jack, I guess, instead of Jack Eagle on Crushing Hand? I do starters for annealing. Yeah, I mean, if anything, you keep annealing over redirected, right? So it's redirected versus starters, not annealing versus starters, I think. Unless you don't skill any armor. So if you leave out the armor, then I guess it's annealing that you add instead of starters. Yes, Chris Cozy. Lucky hit chance is like the one thing you care about on the Fist of Fate usually. And you want to masterwork that up. Regular gloves with Rake, RCR, and armor for unyielding juice on gloves with Moonrise. What would you leave out? Fists. You had to leave out the fists, I guess. Can't really leave out Harmony, I think. You cannot remove Sebasontek or Kepleke. And you cannot really remove Esha Kazungi. So it has to be fists that they leave out. Yeah, the thing is that the more Vuln you remove, like, you know, the Vuln procs are pretty important to fill up your resources. Like, you have to get a lot of Vuln procs in order to proc enough vital strikes. The Fist of Fate, I can see that happening. But I just had... It is even like masterworked once, right? So this is a masterworked 80% Vuln chance, perfect roll. And this was not enough to beat Eagle Gorilla Hall. And Rake, how is a Rake? Okay, yeah, that's probably similar to Stinger. 27, 25, it's kind of similar. And do we get the same number of hits? Or do we get less? I think Stinger is 4 hits and then a double hit. I think Rake is like 2 swipes and then an extra swipe. So I think Rake has fewer hits. So it means less Vuln procs. You get perma Vuln from Fist of Fate. Yeah, if you have Fist of Fate and enough like a hit chance, you probably get to the point where your Vuln just always triggers after the hit and then you have it for the next hit. But if you leave out the Fist of Fate, you will not be able to do that for sure. Or at least, maybe not every single time, but most of the time, right? And the more often you trigger the Vuln like a hit, the more often you'll have to vital strikes. And you not just get the resources, but you also get the 100% damage. And the Vuln itself, so 20% again. So Fist of Fate is actually pretty legit. And I cannot imagine a Moonrise normal glove to beat the Fist of Fate. Even with like 8 ranks to Rake and stuff. Yeah, you need like a lot of chance to make vulnerable. I have 80% and my lucky hit here is 27. Let's equip a Fist of Fate. Like a good one. Let's just do it. That's 52. And now if you only rely on the mountain proc from the pants, that would be like a 1 in 3, roughly. It's like, would be like 35% chance to make 1. That's not very much. And together with this is 100 and, let's say, 150. So now it would be at like around 75% chance with this roll and this roll combined. So 75% is pretty solid, I'd say, with 2 rolls. And this is already like a really good Fist of Fate here. This has GA on a lucky hit and a high roll in 1. Now if you go Brawn, you don't need to GA Res, and we can go GA Vuln, you can masterwork that up. And you can get to the point where you get 100%. And then we're talking. Yeah, lucky hit Vuln on both rings, which is overkill. I can't imagine it's overkill. Yeah, okay, with Fist of Fate it is, but without Fist of Fate it's not overkill. I would actually do that. I would probably go double lucky hit ring with Vuln. Yeah, how much is this? It's like nothing. You also have to find the points for it, good luck. I think I'm gonna try the Rake build and just play Eagle Gorilla. You have so many rings anyway, it's fine. Why don't run Touch of Death? Maybe at some point. We have some cooking to do first. Is there a benefit having more than 100%? Yes, Chris Cozy. The lucky hit chance of your skill is multiplied by the lucky hit chance bonuses of the items. And all of that is multiplied with the chance of whatever you're trying to trigger. And as long as the final result is not above 100, you're fine. And that basically never happens. For good Fist of Fate, you only need 200 Vuln chance, so you don't need on both rings. Yeah, if you run Fist of Fate, then you don't need both rings. Like here, this Fist of Fate, for example, plus a GA Vuln ring will basically get you 100% with like a decent masterwork and stuff. But if you don't run Fist of Fate, I think you absolutely want to go double ring. We can actually check the run that. Let's see the uptime. I can't believe it's even close to Perma. Why is that dog? God, he has numbers on, man. F. I can't believe it's 2025 and people have numbers on. It's insane. Yeah, I can see the top. Yeah, true, I can look at the top. It definitely quite often does not have Vuln. I think like just getting more lucky hit chance Vuln will be like the biggest damage multiplier you can get at this point. It's definitely better than Starless. I can't believe it's a lot better. Unless you really get to like close to 75 RCR. So if you have like the GA, resource and all that. But if you have like GA resource on your weapon, you also give up GA of something else. And you also need to masterwork up that resource. So you give up the masterwork on like the Rake extra hit, for example. And so on. Or at the very least Dex or some shit. So you definitely have some value lost there as well. I think if you map it out, Starless should be close at the very least. Wait a minute, he is playing Eagle Main Hall. Look! He has Eagle Main. He's shooting the fucking feathers. God. He's doing exactly what I just talked about. Look, he's shooting the feathers. This has nothing to do with your rake, that's the thunder spike. We're talking about Eagle Main Hall here. Hello.
What is this?
I'll clean it.
Can you be more mindful with the napkins?
How much time does need for the boss? Let's see. So he spawned at... And why is there a cut? He just cut out 4 seconds for some reason. What? Is that even allowed? Yeah, it's really hard to tell how often he's losing Vuln. But the Edman has plenty of hits that are not against Vuln. You see how often it's like removing the purple from the health bar? So maintaining distance to back off. Yeah, I think actually what you want to do is on your neck, you want to masterwork up the thunder spike size, just so it can be further away. Probably the strat. Yeah, I don't think he has any back off at all, really, looking at this. Now the big question is the like random spawn like rake from the side, like the spirit or whatever, is that actually getting back off? I cannot believe it does. If you're not getting back off, I think the spirit doesn't get back off either. He's hitting 600 T. Okay, how much are these numbers actually? There is a 500. Yeah, I think like half the time you get it and half the time you don't or some shit. And it's just like, you know, it just averages out to more than nothing, basically. $900 trillion. 1.1 quadrillion. Dude, this playstyle looks so 8s actually on the boss man. Like, even my 2-minute fight is already annoying. But then you do this for like 8 minutes, man. Back and forth. Oof. That was like no barrier half the time. Is he even running conversions? How do we do this? No conversions, what is it called? Viscous. I guess you might want to just play drive or something. Yeah, he has drive actually. Okay. Yeah, without Gorilla Main Hall, without Mart Guard, there's no way you can do a Viscous Shield. No, it's drive over Viscous, I guess. Because revealing you kind of keep anyway. Although I guess on a 7-minute boss fight, revealing might not be that great. But it does trigger dominant. And has a decent damage buff by itself. And I guess you maintain drive very easily these days because the stacks reset, right? You just get drive anyway on these builds. Okay, this is like super long. Let's see, so how long was the boss fight? So 7 minutes, boss. And this is Spirit Caller. So probably one of the best ones. Yeah, I think I was gonna do Eagle Main Hall. Just kind of just solves most of the stuff. But I think that even with Eagle Main Hall, you want to go for the Wun anyway, right? You want to have a lot of that Wun chance so that you trigger all this shit. Because you still want to make them vulnerable with your hits so that the next hit gets the bonus on violent strikes. It's not just about the resources. The resources will be filled from the Eagle. But your damage bonus is not there anyway. How often is this thing gonna pop up? The estimate. Yeah, okay, I think we've seen enough here. This guy was like 20 seconds slower. Billy, let's go. He's also doing Eagle Main Hall, look. Yeah, it's basically the same setup, I guess. And he has, what the fuck is this? This is also a Spirit Caller, okay. So let's see how long this guy took. If we can identify it with like 7 pixels. So he has exactly 7 minutes walking in. And he had almost no time left. So he killed him at almost exactly the same time as Mikuna. Slightly faster. Like 10 seconds faster or something. This might have been just like Pit Shadow diff. He had the Blood Bishop, which doesn't matter. And then of waves though. He has to dodge those, I guess. What the hell? Why is he macroing his potions so hard, man? What is going on, man? Look at this guy. What is going on, man, with that? What? Look at that potion, man. Okay, anyway, I've seen enough here. Alright. Yeah, I think that's just the way. You just put a bit of like wound chance. For Rake, you can do the Fist of Fate stuff. And for the other builds, you just gotta Shaco anyway. But it's gonna be really hard to get enough unyielding hits value when you don't have armor here. He bumped. CH turned out weaker than Rake. Yeah, I mean, the main diff is the back off, I guess. How much is the base damage of Rake versus Crushing Hand? And also, like, buffed a lot the Rake aspect, right? 28, 192, 320 times 2. Like, Crushing Hand has so much base damage, man, and the unwinding aspect is really strong. It's just spamming spacebar. You do like, yeah, you do like evade all the time, and then in between the evades you do a hit. Yeah, I mean, you can just go for 3.3k armor and then put Unyielding on a neck. Or you can even do 2.5k armor and put Unyielding on a two-handed. Although, I guess on Rake, you kind of want to have the Rake aspect on a two-handed. So, you can do Unyielding neck, add that ability, standard. So that's an option. Okay. Normally we would be able to push 115 this season. Yeah, it's pretty strong too. Yeah, okay. Let's update the Stinger Planner while we're here. I think I'm gonna do the Eagle main hall stuff. And then I'm gonna update the guide after stream. So you swap those two. What about here? Vital, Zabazontek. Yeah, we have that already, so do this, we do this, Kapaleke. So funny enough, it's the reverse from this. For leveling is Eagle Jag. Now what else do we change? We have a Midnight Sun. I don't think we want it. Midnight Sun is actually not really helping us when we do this. Generate 10 vigor. Shoot 6 feathers. We have Beast Cornered. Yeah, we usually get like 60-70% back or something like that, right? How much do we get back from from just just for convocation in there? Let's go. Maybe I'll do like a meme convocation build at some point. Oh man, you got a Druid Raven spell, you're doing trillions of damage, but you're very glass cannon. Roll more life with a gear, I guess. I mean, you're a bear, hopefully. Bears are very easy to make very tanky. There's a bunch of passes on a tree. Can throw in something like a bulwark. Rune, perhaps. Although that's kind of overkill. It's mostly life rolls, life potion, stuff like that. Life instance. Make sure your armor and rest is capped. No. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, we get like nearly all of it back anyway, just on the Kapaleka and Beast Corner combo. So we don't need the Midnight Sun. I can actually delete the Midnight Sun here. Unmuting other ability. We also don't really need Duelist, but okay. Redirected. Yeah, so we delete this. We do this. Chance to make 1. Chance to make 1. We also get Protector cooldown then, which is kinda cool. This should actually all be overpower damage now, I guess. Because at this point we're gonna do overpower shenanigans. I'm gonna keep the standards here for now. Not really sure if I want to remove that. But I definitely put the Vuln thing there. Can I make this the same ring? Oh, here's the thing, you can actually trigger quacks. Not with your main attack. But you can trigger it while swinging with Ravager. Which is kind of interesting, because you can cast Ravager while swinging. It's actually really nice. This makes it like pretty smooth to play. So as soon as you get one Cyber's on deck, Chaos, you just equip that. Hopefully not in Glove or Helm slot, but it's fine. And you can play this, you don't need minutes done. This build just works. You get a guaranteed all powers. You don't need this anymore. You do this.
This is what you asked for.
You can do this now. Something is different. I don't have follow through on my setup. Oops. Oops. Okay. I never respect that. Oops. And I think that's it actually. And starter, it probably stays as it is because we want Gorilla main for unyielding trigger all the time. Without harmony, that makes sense. Okay, safe.
You want blood spilled and bones broken. Variana's your girl. That's a prime cut, eh? This is what you asked for. You want blood spilled and bones broken. Variana's your girl.
Okay. Well, I just played for a few hours and now we fixed the planner. To go update the Maxroll guide. Or Bagora. Easy times 100 damage, build solved and fixed. He died to world boss as Shadowblight Necro. Oof. F. Yeah, dying to world boss on Necro. How much life did you have? Like you have like the promo barrier. He had 30k HP. Wow. Which boss was it? Was it Wandering Death or what? Vaporize. Oh, did he die in the explosions? He did not have a barrier. I think I went to the world boss once on my Necro and the barrier did work. Yeah, most likely hit effects do not work on world bosses. So if you didn't have the barrier, then of course you're gonna be much squishier. But for me, I think I remember going there and it worked. And I was like, oh, okay, I can actually play Necromancer on a world boss. Wow. Okay, is there anything else you want to change on the starter variant? Combined, Marred, Alacrity, Beast Cornered? No, this is basically it. We just have to change the unstable power later. Okay. Let's do like a few quick runs. We have a Pit Whisper, so why not? Did we mess anything up here? No, no, no. Okay, this looks fine. This looks fine. Well, Generous Barrier and the Saurus build is the passive. It's called Necrotic Fortitude. Is like a hit chance to trigger Barrier. which you're gonna do quite a lot with the Soul Rift because they hit so much. But most arcade effects are not working against world bosses. Almost none work on world bosses, basically. A link to this rake build? I'm not playing rake right now. I mean, the rake build will function almost exactly the same, just without a Shaco and a few other small tweaks. I'll make a rake planner tomorrow, I suppose, and see what we can tweak there. And we're gonna do rake testing as well and stuff. But for now we were like on Stinger and we gotta figure out a bunch of things. I think we know what we wanna do now. But yeah, it's like most of the same pieces that the Stinger build uses. So I can use the Stinger for now. I also tell Corings, I think he has to do some updates on the rake push thing. If you're just starting a Spiritborn, I guess you can play a bit of Evade to get started. Evade is always good. If you're leveling and stuff.
I suppose this place will have to do.
Sure. This is Stinger. It looks very much like Evade, because we also evade or out, not in the cast, but it's like Evade, Core. Stinger, Crush, Rake, they all work like that this season, thanks to the Chaos Armors, the Chaos perks. Because you have a cooldown on your core skill when you use it, and then you reset a cooldown with Combined Strikes and the Thunder Spike from the Evade. So this is not Evade directly, this is the Stinger build. But it looks very similar because it also shoots out the feathers. I also have the Eagle primary hole actually. Kinda funny. Also I noticed I got like 2/3 of a level here doing this stuff. Or something like that. Or at least half a level. Kinda cool. Okay, it's almost stronger than Ancestral. Quite literally, they roll like all the same stuff, but the affix is 20% higher and always maxed. So yes. And on top of that, you can put items in slots where they're usually not possible. Like I have 3 weapons right now. Here's a Zabazontic, here's a Rod, and here's a normal weapon. So that's kind of good.
That's not a bad pull. For shame that.
Go one more?
Vastly. Well, hello, shining beauty.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot.
I have crossbow on. Who's the other guy? Is this another guy who wants a leech? No. Exactly, so we get, you know, a lot of like crazy unique effects, especially on Spiritborn. This season is crazy because you have insane items for this class. Like all these items have like very high power level. I can understand why the Chinese one had potion numlocked. Well, I guess the main reason is for numlocked, right? If they run Guzzler, right? Where's that? This class has it too, right? Do we have like a potion glyph? Yeah, here. And since it's Brawn over Brains, yeah, you definitely want to go Guzzler, right? Since it has Brawn over Brains. No, it's not about it being squishy, it's for this. They run Guzzler. Because they get all 3 benefits, actually. And it's not like a low life build where you just like spam Guzzler and go down to 0 potions. And get a 30% damage buff. I should be running this node now as well. And on Brawn, build it even more so. I wonder if Mikuna is also doing that, actually. Probably, I guess. So you just like Giga spam the potion so that it uses it instantly whenever it can, right? He's not actually spamming the potion, yeah. So he's not running Guzzler, actually. Which is surprising. Because he could let the boss hit him, spam the potion, take a hit, spam the potion, and so on. But I guess it's gonna be too inconvenient. But it's a lot of damage. It's like 15% extra DPS, at least, over another glyph. So, if he doesn't spend more than 1 minute trying to get down to 0 potions, that should be an upgrade. Need more to guzzle. Yeah, but I guess you can easily spend a minute trying to get hit. And then press it. But I mean, especially on softcore, you can min-max this, right? You can like, okay, when you see this pet shadow, you take it, your barrier drops, your health drops a little bit, you press the potion. Here, you take the hit from this guy. Look here, you could have had a potion. Like, the Chinese guy would have had a potion used now with the macro. He just got hit there. Here, you can walk into this fire, you can get a hit, you press the potion, and so on, right? Pretty sure they're gonna do this end of season for the highest clear. Unlucky shoe. Yeah, I should definitely run Guzzle. Just press the potion 10 times. It might be better. Although we do have good glyphs on this class. It's not really the problem. Actually pretty fun to play this, I gotta say. I guess Crush is gonna be the same thing, just go Eagle Jog instead of Eagle Go. You have to unstoppable anyway pretty much all the time. And if you ever get CC'd, we just press Armored Hide. I never press it anyway. A glaive. Log out, dude. Fuck. I was looking at Gaza and said, why the hell do I care about Persians? Well, now you do care about Persians because they giga buffed Guzzler in this patch.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
Like if I look at, okay, what are my glyphs? Fitness? I don't think I need this one, for example. Where do we have it? Here. So first of all, we have to stack a lot of nodes, right? It's like 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Something like 14, 15, 16 or so nodes that I take in order to max this thing out. Actually, I'm missing 2 still. So I could get something like 15 points by putting Guzzler here. Maybe put like a few points back so I actually activate it. Because it's a hint glyph. So you have to probably put like maybe, I don't know. Let's say we still have 12 points or something, right? So I can put armor, armor. So 5 armor nodes already. Whoops. Oops. I should have taken that a long time ago. The lucky hit stuff is also not terrible. Here's armor. Here's a lot of armor. There's a lot of stuff that I have not taken. It's time to guzzle, I think, actually. And you don't even have to level it. You can leave it at 46 and just never level it. Is this the right spot for this? That seems like so scuffed. I have 10 points now. Maybe we can make this more efficient here, for example, if I swap these. Because Wildfire we also don't want to have a lot. We just want to like get them in. And we already have this by default. We can leave all these out. Let's see if we can do Guzzle here, maybe. We had 10 points, right? That's actually the same shit. Okay. Get 1 point back here. Bring back the will and the strength instead. I guess whatever. Oh, look at that. This is actually not bad. So we can connect it on this side. So first of all, let's fix this mistake. Because, whoops. That's not a resource. This is 12. This is 16 maximum resource. Oops. And, well, what about the armor? We are at... Okay, normal. Yeah, okay, I don't think I can really reach enough armor to really make a dent there. Unless we change our setup. How much armor is this when I just go for it? You can also go for the lucky 8 here. This is... Ugh. We need one more dex roll. So this life roll needs to be dex. And then this will be fine. Okay, anything else we can get? Nah, this is very scuffed, okay. Where is it? Yeah, it's the same 6 points anyway. We just get like an armor there and then it doesn't actually help us. Only 3 resource. Pretty good. Okay, it's Guzzle. One tap, that's super elite. Okay. You have to press a potion often, man, while doing all the other stuff, which is slightly inconvenient. Okay, that works, I think. Secretly unstable elixirs enjoyer. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think you're gonna change the rune to Guzzler as well. I tried slotting Guzzler into Crashing Hands. Are you also playing with Brawn there? But why? Should be the same setup, no? Why are you doing Brawn? Or are you actually trying to use back off on Crushing Hand? Interesting that you're using Brawn. What is your third power? Crazy Brew? With Crazy Brew you can actually do Guzzle, but only in push, I guess. Yeah, if you go Crazy Brew and push, that definitely works. You can just Guzzle like every 15 seconds. Or if you have Shaco in there even more often, then you should definitely Guzzle. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like the setup, I gotta say. And I guess you can do pretty much exactly the same with Crushing Hand. Well, the idea of back off worked for Crushing Hands, yeah. I mean, I guess if you're like just on the edge, you'd probably get the back off benefit. Even with Stinger, potentially, but it's rough. I mean, you can do a run just because with Brawn and see what happens. And see if like it feels like noticeably stronger or something. But we don't do Mild Guard. We do Crazy Brew, I guess. Which for some reason actually does not go on cooldown here. 30,000 life now. You have a lot of rest and stuff, right? So you should probably use the life. I need the rest here. That's okay, let's just do this. Just out of curiosity. Gonna load up 100. Is there anything else we change? We get all powers anyway. Oh shit. I just talked to the guy. Let's start with 0. Yeah, if you're 50% HP, it's the damage loss, that's true, but like the thing is, every time you swing with Capelacca, you go down to 10% life. And then you start hitting stuff, and I'm pretty sure that for the most part, I will be fully buffed by the being 10% life, compared to having the 50% HP. But then the later hits will be less buffed, most likely. So I think this is probably what happens. Anything else I have to think about? 60%? No, that's just fine.
No fears, dear. We'll be on to the
Should walk into 110 and then see what happens. We actually have near perma crazy brew, so we actually wouldn't need to roll like any resource cost reduction. We can just do crazy brew for that. We don't need the starless, we can reveal the starless, we can put it redirected. So suddenly the stuff makes a lot more sense like this, I guess, when you go crazy brew. Just on the boss you will not have the perma crazy brew, but that's fine. But for the clearing, for the most part, you will have it even a push, I think. You'll have pretty high uptime of crazy brew, because you don't need to always press it. And pretty high uptime on Guzzler. I wonder what happens if I just go into 110 with this setup. Maybe I should try that. Thing is, you also get much less resources now, right? That's another thing. Yeah, I think 100 is just too low. I think just dies one shot anyway with the setup. It should be pretty comparable to Beast Cornered anyway in terms of damage output. So you can't really see that so easily. It does make the whole like res requirements and armor requirements easier. Well, especially res, I guess. Which means I could invest more into annealing. So there might be an angle there. So here's another thought. Since we have so much crazy brew, okay, I was thinking about maybe we're gonna remove the Shaco, but then we also lose the cooldown for the potion. So we have a 15-second cooldown potion, but we could do like protector, 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 tempers, and just kind of get it that way. And then we could put the Fist of Fate here. And then we basically arrive at exactly the rake build, right? We remove Starless, we remove this, we put Fist of Fate, we do double ring, triple protector, crazy brew, and we have the rake build. Basically. So that's basically what's gonna happen. D4 endgame got him better. Yeah. So which aspect would we put on this build though? The thing is that Stinger doesn't have anything. Like what the hell do I put? We have Annealing, we have Adaptability, we have Redirected, so it would be like Moonrise, maybe?
My magics await your return.
And then we could go double Woolen Ring. Oh boy. And the Fist of Fate Helm. Because I need a different neck. So I have to make some gear for that, actually.
What's left, you ask?
Moonrise is only very slightly better than Stardust by itself. You don't remember what Stinger aspects? It's the swarm stuff. There's no direct buff to Stinger, like the Crushing Hands thing and so on. My god, these fist helms are insanely bad. So this will be a fist. And then Zeppa. We have a Zeppa helm. We do have a Zeppa helm, so we can do that. We also have the 20DR and a lot of life, to be fair. A lot of armor. And the 4 ranks. It's hard to give up Shaco. Yeah, it's a lot of small little variables we'd have to calculate. Because I would remove these resource cost rolls, there would be Gorilla, Protector cooldown roll, and here, and here. This would probably be like a crit roll. It's also tempted to crit for no reason. We remove the Shaco, we put the fists. And then you have to see like how it feels at the Vital Strikes uptime. So it's actually hard to really math that out. But I could math everything besides the Vital Strikes uptime. And see how it looks. But realistically, the current setup is really nice. Actually, without Beast Corner, how is my resource recovery? I'm gonna see this again on the boss. Or on the target dummy. Get a full screen of 100 green waves overlapping during Chaos event. Sounds like I had some graphic box or something. 100 green waves? What? Yeah, it's not exactly consistent. Sometimes I don't have it. That's the thing. I have less resource recovery now. And like if I do it like perfectly, look, I only get it every second. If it's single target, that's kind of a problem. How can I get more resource gen? I mean, it's not much missing. We could do like a resource generation roll, but then we lose like the cooldown and we can't really do that. There's like one more point you can put here. And then there is the roll on the 200 weapon. How much is that? All the map was covered. The green waves. Ah, I know which green waves you mean. But yeah, like some of the chaos waves can be pretty crazy. Yeah? This is 20 to 29 primary resource. 15% chance. It's not even gonna trigger on average once. That's kind of the problem. You can put some more points here. 2 more points. I can't really change this. Actually, you also have damage a lucky hit, right? Okay, we are getting hit by like every hit. On single target. Ah, not every. Then it's not. If I had a lucky hit roll on the weapon, it would probably work. Almost every single time. So you might want to do that. Then you give out the resource roll, which is relatively big as well. I can turn on some numbers. $2 trillion. 3 trillion. I don't know if the variants actually. $4 trillion, okay. $2 trillion. Okay, the 4 trillion we only saw when I had Crazy Brew active. About it? Not really. It's not high uptime. 2 trillion. So you're slightly more consistency. No Crazy Brew shenanigans. $1.5 trillion. So I'm producing relatively similar numbers without Crazy Brew active. It's also like 1.8 here, 1.5, 1.8, flavors of 3.1. And we have 2 little armor now. We could have a lot of skulls. 1, 2, 3 skulls in fact. And probably fix the rest a little bit. And then we could still do the shenanigans with like giving up the Shaco. Oh, fuck, I have a Quaxwood in there, so that's a bit oof. And now the Fist of Fate will make everything kind of. Interestingly, we still reset our protector. It has an 18-second cooldown and it's actually coming back. That's nuts. Look at that. Thanks to the Fist of Fate and Wildfire. And that's on single target. Actually crazy. Maybe we do this. Maybe take the Fist of Fate. The question is, do we keep the starters? And why would we? Yeah, in this case we do keep it because we don't have like a lot of uptime. It definitely much squishy though. Yo. The DR. Thanks for Prime. So speed farm or push build. It's kind of like the same for both anyway. Like the setup is almost exactly the same. Actually, I don't think I've changed anything from farming to pushing. Just do exactly the same stuff. Yeah, I was farming like 1.5 to 2 minutes, 100, so it is earlier. Neo Quacks. Maybe before I do this, I'm gonna do a mod run and just see how that feels with the toughness. Okay, we keep this. Can I get a bit more S? I don't want to remove the skull. We want at least one protector temper, I think, but one might be enough. That's the thing. This one has Dex. This one has attack speed. Here. Don't break.
How shall I guide my hammer?
Oh.
See some steel you need?
Okay, min woolen damage. Whatever. It's a bit scuffed, but okay. So do we do the woolen proc now? We have... Yeah, we do the woolen proc, right? That's the only way. Better than Dex for sure. So I'm gonna try to hit a lot of res. Actually need to double hit the res, I think. On this scuff tempo as well. Hi, Danger. Elias gets us all eventually. Always Elias. He's fucking Giga Chad. Actually, do we care that much about getting the last few percent rest? Maybe don't care that badly, actually. But now we got it. One on the protector, so that's not terrible. So we do this. We have the same ring basically, but with protector cooldown and bit less additive. Put a skull. I mean, if I use an all stats, we're gonna make up for it. I wasn't actually running that at all. Ding, 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 ding. 0.1% away, but that's actually 0.2. Sus. So now projector cooldown is 12. Yeah, this will easily come back with the Fist of Fate. The attack speed is kinda whatever. So this could be on Lucky Hit or on the Woolen. Here, I think the projector cooldown hit is also kinda whatever. This should be on the Woolen. Like I have 23k life. I have the Mod Rune for now instead of Quacks, so you're losing a bit there. Let's try this. Let's open 110 and see what happens. You have 10 potions though, so let's start with less potions, I guess. Actually, do we want to start with less potions? We have Guzzler, and we're always healthy, so we kind of want to run Guzzler anyway. Because the crazy brew and benefit from the resource, right? Even if it takes a while to get back. So I'm not really sure. Okay, let's just do a normal run. We're not going to do any shenanigans of swapping. We just start with 10 potions and see what happens. We got a VJ Chaos Gear, nice. Which one? Oh shit, I have numbers on. Oh no. Kinda blasting. Sometimes you lose the barrier, but the thing is it so bad? We have full life pool now, not half life pool. I'll try to see how much damage I'm actually taking from stuff. Doesn't seem like it's too much. Definitely have a bit of Guzzler issues here. See, mostly I was want to press the potion when I fight elites. But I guess the higher we go, the more we fight elites anyway, and it's just like press potion on cooldown while fighting. So it's pretty fine. It definitely seems pretty good. And Brawn Over Brain just makes it so much easier to cap your res. So this means like at lower progression, it's easier to play the build. So maybe I'm gonna rework just a Brawn Over Brain actually for the guide. And it might even be more damage in the end. But now we need 5 Chaos Armors. Nice. Well, actually, I mean, you can run a normal Fists. And you can run a normal Harmony. And you can run... Or a normal Escher and Kazungi. I'm actually running a normal Escher and Kazungi. And worst case, instead of the Fist, you just throw in a Perdition. That's also fine. Perdition will do it. Yeah, if it wasn't like pathing so shitty, this would be pretty good actually. I think if I load up 120 I'll just clear it. Slowly, but very doable. So it's definitely much faster. Let's see the boss. Oh boy. Oh wait, we can counter-attack this, right? All good. Okay, the boss is melting. This is definitely more damage. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna make this a brawn build. Did I really take any damage anywhere? I wanna see if I can like notice anywhere if I took some damage in this run. Like, here to start, I don't know. I was running the Dark Shroud, so it's probably unnecessary. Everything just died so fast, man. Pock. Quacks. Login. It's 115. Probably be like a 6-7 minute run or something. Like with the Fist of Fate, we have so much wildfire value. I remember this last time as well with the Balazan builds, Wildfire, Fist of Fate. Oh my god, it feels so good, man. Look at the cooldowns. Just look at the protector cooldown. It's back. This is one guy here. Feels good, dude. And then we'll do the same thing for the Crushing Hand build as well. Too bad that Wildfire doesn't work for the potion. Cooldown reduction works for the potion, but Wildfire Glyph does not work for the potion. So we can't reset the potion. Did this guy die? Did he teleport? Okay. I'm not really sure if I'm taking damage or it's just a barrier dropping. Okay, this explosion definitely does damage to me. I don't want to take 2 of those. Because it's like 80% of my barrier or something. And the thing is, we're gonna have basically the same setup when we play Rake, right? We're gonna play exactly the same build. Same toughness and so on, so... I kinda like the Shako. I mean, worst case for hardcore, you can just put mod in there. We're probably okay. Giving up the... Quacks. I mean, 4 minutes spawn. These guys are melting. Not even 4. Because if Elias spawns, it will see nothing, man. Elias just gonna kill me. Ooh. Okay, 5-minute clear. Not bad. I got a double upgrade on my 95 glyph. Okay. Very interesting. Yeah, we're melting. It's gonna be easy peasy 120 plus.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
So let's check the vulnerable uptime a little bit on the boss. I wanna see what this looked like. Also, how long was the boss? It's probably easier here. So he walked in at 5. Sorry, at 4:45. Okay. 11, 15. So this was a 75-second boss kill, and I was kind of careful. So it could have been maybe up to, like, down to 60 or something. I did take some damage at some point, and then I was like, oh, this is quite a lot. Just Spiritborn things, I guess. I was like standing in a puddle and almost instantly died. Typical Spiritborn things. I'm pretty sure I can probably tank one of the Elias bolts. But the thing is they're like all slowed like this here. And it's like very easy to catch multiple of them. If I don't press counter attacks, I always like press counter attack there. The Blood Bishop hit me. I had counter attack up here, so not this one at least. Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to see like how fast this was. It's definitely a pretty good clear. So if I can do 115 like this, I can definitely farm like... What was the 110 like? 110 was... 3.5 minutes, and then boss was like... Yeah, if it didn't go invisible, this would be like a 20-second boss or something. 4 minutes. So let's try to farm like 105, for example, like sub 2. Is that doable? Probably. I want to see the bonus time still on the boss. It is very consistent. He's almost always, you see, he's almost always one. So it works with the Fist of Fate. There's very little gaps. Let's do mod. Our possession of build power is going out of the window. Yes. Oh man. Next season, like tier 60 pit speedbar is gonna be like the pinnacle. Watch out. I'm gonna know for everything. Okay, 105. Let's see if we can do sub 2. What's up, Milling? I'm still going. Yeah, I have to do science, yeah. I guess we reverse engineer out power. Start now, so that we can be detoxed when the season starts. Yeah, just participate in our hardcore event, man. That's a real detox. You know? Not quite 2 minutes. Yeah, it's like slightly too high, maybe like 102 or something. Dude, we have almost all the glyphs now. Just playing Stinger. That was actually not part of the plan. The inconsistent nature of Fest of Fate, turning 1-taps into not 1-taps. Yeah, if you don't hit that fast, it is actually a bit of an issue. And sometimes stuff explodes and sometimes it doesn't. I think people will probably also appreciate not running Beast Cornered. I think people really don't like Beast Cornered in the first place. And it seems to be better. So I'm gonna rework the Stinger guide to this. And can I do the same with Quill is the question. Not really, because there we don't do the overpower stuff. Quill works differently because he casts Fresh. Oh, health bar is your resource bar. Yeah, this is kind of funny when I was playing Hoda yesterday as well. Was it going like up and down to 10 and 50, like 3 times per second or something? And then I removed the barrier. Kika chat. That was fun.
Too bad, friend.
GA crushing hand, huh?
Have a wee gamble.
My hammer sings on your return.
Yes, Mealing. Mark, Stonecaller arrow, and then you shoot. This is a stinger build. Oh, there's nothing here. No, I hold force attack and stinger all the time, and then I time my evades. So I do the manual evades, this is my timing. And basically if I do my evades slightly slower, I will weave in the stinger attack automatically by just holding down those buttons. And if I do my evades fast, I will just move. So I switch between moving and like basically pressing it fast to move and pressing it slightly slower to attack. I do have a planner for this build and a full Maxroll guide, but I have to do a bit of rewriting after the stream now. Yeah, the problem is getting last car is power. I can farm Pit and Gamba, or I can just keep blasting Chaos Rifts and do the turn-ins. That's it.
Have a wee gamble.
Okay, it's Brawn over Brains time actually. We're doing it. So no Marred Guard, we do Crazy Brew. Is there anything else? I can't do this with Kepleke. We actually attack slowly enough and we have enough resources so we could use this. But we can't do it because of Kepleke. That's quite unfortunate actually. So we just do the Crazy Brew. Protector cooldown, Protector cooldown. We have a lot of Protector cooldown here now, but we probably don't have the Fist of Fate at this point, so that kinda checks out. But we do skulls now. Royal Skull. Royal Skull. We still have enough rest anyway. And here we go, triple skull. And now I'm missing a little bit of rest. I'm missing like a few percent is probably fine. 4k armor. If I'm dealing there, redirected here, adaptability there. So delete. Fists. Maybe we're gonna do the Neo mod anyway, just to make this a bit tanky. It's gonna feel comfy with the mod rune. And then for pushing you can still remove it. $3,000 armor. Okay, we do something like this, I guess. Ah, I forgot about the potion. We also have the potion for the cost reduction. So how much is this? We already have 6% RCR anyway. Now what about the starter powers? Here we have Beast Cornered. And what if we just don't? Because we're probably not going to cap our armor or res very much anyway. So we could just say screw it. But we also get a lot of resources and we heal a lot. It's kind of nice to start with this. Here we have this, we have this. Okay, everything else checks out, I'd say. Here's a 7-second protector cooldown, which is slightly overkill. So let's make this the same amulet. Shit, what was the aspect? Adaptability, I guess. Because we can have more, yeah. So we're still nicely capped on res. It was just like a normal roll there. Might aspect, oh megalol. Yeah, basically for ancestor variant, the only requirement is you find a Sebazontic in 1 out of 3 slots. And then the uniques, whatever. And here, yeah, it's like, oof. But yeah, once you have that, Yeah, we just make it the same neck. We have double thunder spike size. Because realistically, you might already have like 12 out of 12 masterwork at a stage, and maybe not a perfect temper anyway. And more thunder spike size definitely helps a bit. So interestingly, there is no other variable armor besides... Like, there's only this. It's the only armor roll. And skulls. So you'll have exactly this armor value with the Paragon, I guess. Which is a bit lower when you're a lower Paragon, but it's fine. By the way, I need to change the glyph. So we had Guzzler now. Do we still do the Guzzler stuff? Damage by healthy, damage by healthy. It's not bad. And in fact, now we don't want to just go min. We want to ramp it up now. So I want to do this. And this. So how is this actually on this board? This is Convergence, which has 54 int, which is okay. There's 64 int here though. So what if we swap those two? New variant. Gus. Wild. Perfect. Okay, what about reverse?